Masera.
My friends, welcome back from... Pardon me. I was going to say welcome back from ads. My friends, welcome to the game library where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin, and as ever, I would just like to start the stream off with a simple question. Have you played any good books lately? I know that today we're about to. Today we are continuing our playthrough of The Elder Scrolls number 3, Morrowind. We are now well into the Tribunal DLC. I don't think we're gonna beat it this stream, but we might. We'll have to see. I'm looking very, very forward to getting into the Blood Moon DLC though, because I hear that that is the best thought out DLC. I've been consuming a lot of content from the actual creators of the game as well, and they say that Blood Moon is their favorite because Tribunal was kind of like it was already half-baked, and then they brought a new team in to finish it off, and that team didn't really enjoy it quite as much, and yeah, anyways. I've been enjoying Tribunal, but it's going to be really interesting to get into Blood Moon is what I'm saying, so I'm not going to shoot to beat it tonight, but we'll see how it goes. Cheshire, welcome in. I saw Razman checking in as well. Question of the day is posted at the top of the chat. Question of the day is, generally speaking, what draws you into a game? Personally speaking, I can say that it is the world on offer has to look unlike anything I have ever seen before. What do I mean by that? I think I've got 3 very good examples from 3 very different genres. So, example number 1, from the Metroidvania genre, Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is a very unique looking game within that genre. There's really nothing that looks like it. Example number 2, The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind within the RPG genre. Nothing looks quite like it. Example number 3, Halo Combat Evolved within the first-person shooter genre. Again, nothing looks quite like it. So that, just face value, that is what will draw me into a game. Guru, welcome in! Chat, you know what to do. The day we plays, we dance. Hype emotes, dance emotes, whatever you got, give it to me in the chat.
Lay down your weapon. It is not too late for my mercy.
Guru, how are you doing, my friend? Hope you are well. Hope the weekend has been good to you.
I'm a god.
Question of the day at the top of chat, if you are so interested.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god?
Shame on you, sweet Nerevar.
I'm a god. I'm a god.
You just want to make me dance, Guru. I know. I know, I'm just a monkey on your screen and you want to make me dance whenever you wish. Cheshire answers, question of the day, visuals and story. I'm a sucker for good visuals, but I need the story to also be interesting. I agree, but on face value, I can't really assess the story. That's kind of my issue, I guess, is I'm the same, I'm a lore and aesthetic guy, very much as you are. But I can't judge that until I'm in the game, so to get drawn into the game, the visuals are most important for me. How was your day? My day was good. Yeah, well, Mrs. Books is not in the house right now, so I was able to just kind of... The best Elder Scrolls game, let's go, Autumnal, welcome in, I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, actually, it's kind of funny you mentioned that. I'll get back to that. But yeah, Mrs. Books is not present in the abode right now, so I was able to sleep in. So basically, I just had a lazy Sunday. I slept in. When I visited my parents last night to celebrate my dad's birthday, basically I had a flare-up of my health issues, and I wasn't feeling very good last night, but I slept in. I feel very, very good today. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the stream. This is kind of the highlight of my day today. So, and honestly, any day I stream, it's kind of the highlight of my day. I really, really do enjoy streaming. I do enjoy being here with you all. So, all that to say, yes, very good day, I would say. I judge it based on the trailer for story potential. Visuals come first at first look. Yeah, I don't feel like we get a lot of story from trailers, personally. I guess modern trailer, yeah, maybe modern trailers I could agree with you, because they basically, they know the whole story is going to get spoiled, so they just give it all to you anyways. Now, back to Autumnal's comment on Elder Scrolls 3 being the best Elder Scrolls game. Maybe you guys, I don't know how many Scrolls heads are in the chat right now, but I've been thinking very, very deeply on this for a while, actually. Because I'm playing two of, I guess, the paragons of the franchise side by side. Obviously, that's a subjective statement, but one I feel I think I'm going to affirm it. So, I'm playing Daggerfall and Morrowind side by side right now. And one thing that I am noticing is, I think it's first important to start with this. Within the Elder Scrolls, the draw, the main thing that keeps people playing, and the main thing that I would say makes the Elder Scrolls in some ways better than other RPGs, is the immersiveness of the world, the utter alienness of the Elder Scrolls with the Argonians and the Khajiit and the races of Man and Mer, as well as the world. You don't really get weirder than Morrowind, right? And I think... Okay, so Daggerfall is quickly becoming my second favorite Elder Scrolls game. Morrowind is my first. And one thing that I would say is I think the Elder Scrolls was truly born when Morrowind came out. And the reason for me saying that is because the draw of the Elder Scrolls being its alienness, Daggerfall didn't have that. Daggerfall did not have the main draw that exists within the Elder Scrolls in its game. It had a kernel of it, right? You could have a player character like that, and it is so... It's so good in its own right, but it's not truly a paragon of the Elder Scrolls, I would say. It is not the game I would tell you to play to really get you invested in the world of the Elder Scrolls, especially if you're accustomed to Dungeons and Dragons and other games like that. So I would affirm your statement that this is objectively the best Elder Scrolls game, because I would say that in truth, the Elder Scrolls was born and it hit its stride upon the release of Morrowind. Again, subjective, personal opinion, but I think it to be true. And I would be interested to see if you guys kind of affirm that in the chat. Many of you probably have never played Daggerfall, but I don't know. We'll see. Morrowind is a strong contestant for my #1 game. Bween, welcome in. Funny you talk about the alienness of the franchise. That's exactly why I felt disappointed with Oblivion on release. Where did my jungles go? And how did we get to Middle-earth? We got to Middle-earth because Todd Howard watched The Fellowship of the Ring. That's how. It's it's very interesting to see how these franchises develop into what we know them to be. Kirkbride wanted Oblivion to very much mirror Julian LeFay and Ted Peterson's vision when the Elder Scrolls was first written. You know, the fact that Cyrodiil was a world of jungles. And, you know, I think it's best to explain this way. So we have... Let me get my earbuds back in. So here we have a map of Cyrodiil, the province of Cyrodiil. And all of this was supposed to be jungle. All of this was supposed to be very dense, forested areas. And down here, kind of where Breville is, these are the rice paddies that feed the nation, right? This was the vision for the world of Oblivion upon its initial inception. And I think that Oblivion would have shown even more strongly than it did, because it was a very strong showing of a game. I love Oblivion, honestly. I do like it quite a bit, but it could have been so much more. Same thing with Skyrim. Although Skyrim, I believe, has an excuse, which is that the world of Skyrim, I would argue, is decently lore accurate to what the intention of the Elder Scrolls was. Todd Howard is an odd figure within games making, in general, I would say. He is very astute in many, many ways. And actually, you can thank the existence of Morrowind to him in large part. Michael Kirkbride was a very important figure within the creation and the inception of the Elder Scrolls 3, but Todd Howard was kind of the vision behind the transition from large procedurally generated worlds to the strong narrative structure that now exists within the Elder Scrolls. Obviously, there were other people involved. I'm not saying there weren't, but somebody was calling the shots, and somebody was greenlighting everything, and that was Todd Howard. It was odd to me that they started going back to procedural generation after this title. Yes, I would say that is odd in a sense, but really, again, procedural generation has kind of always existed within the Elder Scrolls. It's very much, Morrowind is an oddity, I would say, in that regard, and that is kind of why I regard Morrowind as kind of a paragon, because it combines the best of what Daggerfall did and the best of what Oblivion and Skyrim were ever going to do. It was kind of the best of both worlds. And that is why, it's my favorite in this franchise. It's my favorite in the series. But yes, question of the day at the top of chat if you guys are so inclined to answer. It's a great conversation starter, especially if you are new to the community. I tend to say Bethesda made one good game, and it was by accident. That's way overstating how I actually feel, but sometimes it's fun to be Yeah, it is fun to be the devil's advocate at times. GPT, hi, I wouldn't mind procedurally generated dungeons. Oh, well, in that case, you should play Daggerfall. You should definitely play Daggerfall. I think you would like it quite a bit. Todd placed every flower on Vardenfell with his own hands. For you. A gift. It is a gift. A gift to the peoples of Middle-earth. Okay, so couple other points that I would like to make before we dive into the game, because I would like to make a decent amount of headway in Morrowind today. So, there is still a poll up for the monthly showcase game for September on the Discord. So if you guys would like your voice to be heard, if you would like to have a say in what we see for the 8-hour stream at the end of the month on Sunday, you need to be on Discord and you need to be voting in the poll. Okay? So when you hop into the Discord, there's a poll section, and that will take you to a prompt where you have to agree to be a part of the @poll registry. And then whenever I @poll with a new poll, you get to vote. Ez, welcome in. I need to be doing the poll. Yes, you do. Need to make love to the poll, Ez. Sweet, sweet love. Also, this is old news, but I'm going to be bringing it up kind of on an ongoing basis because I haven't really received quite a lot of input. I have 2 new merch designs, and I will be showing them to you all. Actually, let me just do that right now. So let me just tab out of... Oh dear. No, okay, no, that's okay. Let's hop over here. And there it is. So we're taking my time with it. All right. We're just going to hop over to another feed, and I'm going to show you guys the 2 new merch designs. Okay, so we have... Oh, dear. Why is this not working all of a sudden? That's annoying. There we go. There we go. All right. So we have 2 new merch designs that I have invested in recently. So... this I call Dagoth in Therapy. So, at the end of the Elder Scrolls 3, when we beat the vanilla game, as well as in Elder Scrolls 5 when we used the Dagoth Follower mod, Dagoth was just... he seemed sad, he seemed like he needed someone to talk to, so I decided to create a piece of art where he has that person to speak to. So this is a new merch design that I've created. I'm not really sure what I want to do with this yet. So I don't know if you guys would prefer a coffee mug, prefer a print like a poster, if you guys would prefer a shirt with this design. I'm looking at... Obviously, I want to go full-time as a content creator, doing voice acting, live streaming on Twitch, creating YouTube videos, and that requires that I supplement my daily income with content creation. So I am trying to create merch designs and stuff that add value and are stuff that you guys as the community would actually like to own, would like to have. So anyways, so this is the first of one design, and it was inspired by the end of the game, shall we say. We have the second design, which is inspired by my first reading of Sermon 14 of the 36 Lessons of Vivek. And why is your hair brown in the drawing? Well, my hair is somewhat... It's kind of an odd color, honestly. My hair, when I was born, my hair was white. It was white as snow. I could have been a Targaryen. But now, it's kind of like... My friends and family call my hair color dirty blonde, is what they call it. Kind of a brownish blonde, I guess. But artists sometimes have a hard time kind of truly capturing my hair color. It's kind of like, this is technically correct, but it's also not, kind of thing. So this is my second design, and it was inspired by the absolute abject horror I felt upon reading Sermon 14 of the 36 Lessons of Vivek. And once again, I would like input on the Discord in the suggestions box channel on what you guys would like to see these new designs on. Would you like a shirt? Would you like a mug? Would you like a poster? Would you like stickers that you could purchase? Would you like all of the above? I plan on making these a limited time run. I don't want to devalue these by just having them up at all times. Obviously, it doesn't have to be one limited run, but I definitely want to be, you know, I don't want my merch store to become cluttered with a bunch of different designs that people may or may not want. I do want to kind of push these designs because I quite enjoyed making them, and I would quite enjoy you guys enjoying them as well. So anyways, with all that said, hopping back over. So yes, those are the two merch designs that I've created. If I ever go for merch, I like t-shirts and posters. Okay, good to know, good to know. And if you guys would like a piece of merch, there's the link to my merch store right there. I use Fourth Wall. They have very high quality stuff. This is my V-neck shirt with my standard design. Very, very good shirts. I made sure to buy every piece of merch that I push on the store, because I don't want you guys purchasing anything I myself am not willing to own. So I've got the mouse pad. I'm using it right now. It's amazing. I have all the shirts. I've got the hoodie. All of it is very, very high quality, and I very, very much enjoy it. So anyways, all I have to say, poll is still up for the September showcase game. New merch designs are up in the air. I'm not even sure when I would like to do the limited run, but I still need input from the community on what you would like those designs to be on. And okay, so lastly, two more things before we hop into gameplay. I would just like to thank everyone for the growth of the channel. And not just on Twitch, but I have seen recently quite a large amount of growth on my other socials. Instagram in particular, I have gained 100 followers within the last 2 weeks. So I would just like to say a massive thank you to everybody who has been sharing the channel, giving word of mouth on the content, shouting me out in your individual communities if you are streamers or anything like that. It is... I cannot express how much of a help that actually is. A lot of people think that they really have no sway when they follow or they subscribe or anything like that, and I need to let you guys know that you have a very substantial effect. Your viewership of the stream, your pushing of the content on other platforms, I'm one guy, right? It's not easy for me, other than with my content, of course. It's, you know, that's speaking for itself. It's not easy for me to, you know, spread the good word, as it were, and show other people my content. I get rather exhausted. Social media is something very easy to burn yourself out with. So I have to be very calculated. I have to be very careful with how I expend my energy, because there's a lot of different directions that I have to move in order to grow this channel, right? Obviously, there's all the socials. I'm on 4 different platforms. I live stream. I post short form content. I am about to start really aggressively posting long form content on YouTube. I've got like a bunch of stuff kind of queued up. A bunch of community members have been helping me with that. And a very specific community member has been helping me quite a bit with getting into voiceover in earnest as well, because that is another area that I'm extremely passionate about. So you guys sharing so that I don't have to is like a massive, massive help. So with all that said, and with all the thank yous out of the way, I would like to finally jump in to The Elder Scrolls 3. Okay, so we still have OpenMW up. This is very strange. My hotkeys don't work, but I guess that is par for the course. That is ultimately okay, because the game is working. Okay, so this week has been honestly pretty crazy, so I'm not entirely sure where we left off. So let's hop into my journal, and we're going to see where we're at. So I believe last we were in the game, and I'll confirm this, is we're back to working for King Helseth. And he has given us royal writs of execution for people that are kind of dissidents within the populace. He is a new king of the realm so he's the son of Queen Berenziah of Daggerfall. So Wayrest in Daggerfall, one of the kingdoms of Iliac Bay. Helseth is her child. They are of House Hlalu, so they have a stake in Morrowind, and they have an interest in Morrowind. So King Helseth has traveled from High Rock to Morrowind. Mournhold is in mainland Morrowind. They have traveled to the mainland, and he is essentially... The rumor has it that he is engaged in a hostile takeover, killing the Hlalu king of Mournhold and taking the throne for himself. So he has the throne, and now he is cementing power for himself. But there's another entity within Mournhold, and that is the Tribunal. Almalexia's temple is also within Mournhold, and they don't like King Helseth very much. So right now, Paige, my bubbly Bosma boy, is currently playing both sides and discerning who he should ultimately give his allegiance. We are Morag Tong as well, so it's not out of our character to assassinate people for money and power. Okay, I gave T.E.S. Delician the letter I found in Lethen Manor. He concluded that Forvin Barano, Hlogar the Bloody, and Bedel Allen are conspiring to assassinate King Helseth. He gave me royal writs for their execution and asked me to execute these traitors. I agreed, and will report back to him when the 3 traitors are dead. Forvin Barano has been slain according to the writ for honorable execution in the name of King Hlalu Helseth. No one has reported my actions. Okay, so we have Hlogar the Bloody and Bedal Allen. So let's take a look here. So we are in the temple courtyard right now. So let's go to the Great Bazaar. Because Hlogar the Bloody... Ooh, wait. No, I went to the wrong one. I think we can get in through the God's Reach as well, so it really doesn't matter. Yeah, so right there we can go. So we'll head over here, and we have to find Hlogar. Now I'm trying to remember precisely where he was. He was in... I feel like we swam to get to him. Senor, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. What have you been up to this Sunday? Or is it Sunday for you? Or is it Monday? I found her husband. Okay, this is a side quest, so we'll quickly speak to her.
Yes, Outlander, what do you want?
Beware the Black Dart Gang. They've robbed me from everything I hold dear. Veriner's ghost. Thank you for bringing me the message. I'm too afraid of the Black Dart Gang to try and hunt them down in their lair. But perhaps now that Werner has delivered his message, he will be free to pass on to join his ancestors. Oh, my day is at its end. 11:38 p.m., not Monday. Okay, so that closed it out for her. It's the Manor District. Oop, why am I stuck? There we go. That's also the Manor District. Now, perhaps Palace Sewers, that seems promising. Weird. Okay, there we go. This seems correct. Come on, you. Just get... Oh, wow, he's beefy. Gobos! Oh, I am way past that. So I am Nervarine, I am Hortator, and I am now... Yeah, I was about to go to sleep. I wonder who is streaming, so yeah. I'm like, let's go say hi to... I appreciate that, my friend, thank you. As I was saying, every little bit helps with the stream. So I appreciate you guys coming in and saying hi, even if it is for a few seconds. Oh, so our enemies refresh themselves. Interesting. And they're stronger now. These guys are definitely stronger. Oh, well that would be why. My bow is very, very worn down. I stream a different game every day of the week. I am what you call a variety streamer. So Mondays are Daggerfall. Fridays, normally, I didn't stream this Friday, but Fridays normally are Morrowind. And then Saturdays are Thief. Yeah, I'm getting very low dice rolls on each damage. Yeah, I don't like the idea of streaming one game all the time. I suppose I could. It's not like it's a bad thing to do that, but I like giving a variety for people. Have I met Sothasil? I have not met Sothasil yet, no. So, where I am right now in the game is I've beaten the main game. So I've met Vivek, I'm Nerevarine, I'm Hortator, I have slain Dagoth-Ur, and now I am doing the Tribunal DLC. I've met Almalexia, and I have not yet met King Helseth, but I'm doing his bidding, shall we say. But GPT on YouTube says, do you think Akatosh is a bad person? Akatosh is a deity within the Elder Scrolls. He is one of the Aedra. He is, the Aedra did not keep their physical forms. They sacrificed their physical forms for the good of Nirn. I don't think I would say Akatosh is a bad person. The thing with the deities of the Elder Scrolls, the Daedra are included in this, is that the Daedra are the paragons of selfish natures. They represent different evil aspects, right? They are, in essence, the 7 deadly sins of the Elder Scrolls, and they represent these things. And the Aedra represents the good of the world. So I would say by definition, I don't know of anything that the Aedra have ever done that has not been selfless and for the good of the universe. But I can be proven wrong. I am open to be proven wrong. I've been told Helseth likes to poison, yes, and order assassinations, which is why I'm here. Drain attribute, Grave Curse. Seems like I'm cursed, so I need a blessing to get rid of that, I think.
Yes, hello, I'm very sorry to bother you, but do you mind saving your damn king?
I will in a moment. There we go, that's the damage I'm wanting. That is what I'm looking for. Oh yes. Okay, so let's just gather. Oh yeah, way better damage. That's what we're talking about. We get a bunch of nice restore health potions from these guys too. Oh yeah, West Sewers. Yep. Oh man. You're a big boy. You know what they say, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. So, question for you guys. There we go. We've often talked about the possibility of a remaster for The Elder Scrolls 3. And I've often said that the nature of the Elder Scrolls 3 kind of inhibits that from happening. I am curious if there's anyone that kind of
Hey,
counters this
nice
opinion.
books.
Alright, we will find a lore book to read right away. Actually, we haven't been reading the 36 Lessons of Vivek for a while, so maybe I'll do that. Question of the day. I love a dark reality game. A game that does not shy away from the hard truths and vulnerabilities of the world. Something that leaves me feeling something at the end. Interesting. We'll read after we kill these guys. So if anyone's curious, the Read Redeem is essentially to get me to practice voice acting more. So when you redeem that, I will be reading from a lore book or whatever, honestly. Okay, now, I believe I'm carrying around, yes, so we were on... I gotta find this now. This is what happens when you take notes, guys. You got a giant-ass notebook, and it's full of... Full of notes. So I have to find this now. Because I have a list of all of the 36 lessons and kind of the order in which I've been reading them. Ah, okay. There we are. Okay, so we were on lesson 11. So, let's track that down. Lesson 11. $13, $16, $18. Am I not carrying them all with me? I thought I had them all with me. This is most unfortunate. It does not look I'm carrying... No, I should have 11. I collected them all. I don't know why it is not here. I thought I was carrying every single book with me just in case. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're not gonna continue the Lessons of Vivek. We're going to read another... We're gonna read another book. Let's read... Okay, Sinyo, since you did the redemption, we'll do the Anticipations or the Ruins of Kamelze. What is your choice? What would you like? Kamelze, very well. The Ruins of Kamelze by Rollard Nordson. With the acclamations of the Fellows of the Imperial Society still ringing in my ears, I decided to return to Morrowind immediately. It was not without some regret that I bade farewell to the flesh pots of the Imperial City. But I knew that the wonders I had brought back from Raled Makai had only scratched the surface of the Dwemer ruins in Morrowind. Even more spectacular treasures were out there, I felt, just waiting to be found, and I was eager to be off. I also had before me the salutary example of poor Bannerman, who was still dining out on his single expedition to Blackmarsh 20 years ago. That would never be me, I vowed. With my letter from the Empress in hand, this time, I would have the full cooperation of the Imperial authorities. No more need to worry about attacks from superstitious locals. But where should I look next? The ruins at Kamelze were the obvious choice. Unlike Raled Makai, getting to the ruins would not be a problem. Also known as the Cliff City, Kamelze lies on the mainland side of Vattenfell Rift. Sprawling down the sheer coastal cliff, travelers from the east coast of Vattenfell often visit the site by boat, and it can also be reached overland by the nearby villages without undue hardship. Once my expedition had assembled in Sedanin, with the usual tedious complications involved in operating in this half-civilized land, we set out for the village of Marog near the ruins, where we hoped to hire a party of diggers. My interpreter, Tuin Panai, an unusually jolly fellow for a dark elf, who I had hired in Sedanin at the recommendation of the local garrison commander, assured me that the local villagers would be very familiar with Kamelze, having looted the site for generations. Incidentally, Tenpenny, as we soon came to call him, to his constant amusement, proved invaluable, and I would recommend him without hesitation to any of my colleagues who were planning similar expeditions to the wilds of Morrowind. At Marog, we ran into our first trouble. The hetman of the village, a reserved, elegant old fellow, seemed willing to cooperate, but the local priest, a representative of the absurd religion they have here, worshipping something called the Tribunal, who they claim actually live in the palaces in Morrowind, was fervently against us excavating the ruins. He looked likely to sway the villagers to his side with his talk of religious taboos, but I waved the Empress's letter under his nose and mentioned something about my friend, the garrison commander at Sedanin, and he quieted right down. No doubt this was just a standard negotiating tactic arranged among the villagers to increase their pay. In any event, once the priest had stalked off muttering to himself, no doubt calling down curses upon the heads of the foreign devils, we soon had a line of villagers eager to sign on to the expedition. While my assistant was working out the mundane details of contracts, supplies, etc., Master Arum and I rode on to the ruins. By land, they can only be reached using narrow paths that wind down the face of the cliff from above, where any misstep threatens to send one tumbling into the sea, foaming about the jagged rocks below. The city's original entrance to the surface must have been in the part of the city to the northeast, the part that fell into the sea long ago, when the eruption of Red Mountain created this mind-bogglingly vast crater. After successfully navigating the treacherous path, we found ourselves in a large chamber, open to the sky on one side, disappearing into the darkness on the other. As we stepped forward, our boots crunched on the piles of broken metal, as common in dwarven ruins as pot shards in other ancient sites. This was obviously where the looters brought their finds from deeper levels, stripping off the valuable outer casings of the dwarven mechanisms and leaving their innards here. Easier than lugging the intact mechanisms
buy me with promises
back
of
up
power
to the
and
top
glory?
of the cliff.
Do you really think I
I
can do
laughed
it?
to myself, thinking of the many warriors unwittingly walking around Tamriel with pieces of dwarven mechanisms on their backs. For that, of course, is what most dwarven armor really is. Just the armored shells of ancient mechanical men. I sobered when I thought of how exceedingly valuable an intact mechanism would be. This place was obviously full of dwarven devices. Judging from the litter covering the floor of this vast chamber, or had been, I reminded myself. Looters had been working over this site for centuries. Just casing alone would be worth a small fortune, sold as armor. Most dwarven armor is made of mismatched pieces of various devices, hence its reputation for being bulky and unwieldy. But a matched set from an ancient intact mechanism is worth more than its weight in gold, for the pieces all fit together smoothly, and the wearer hardly notices the bulk. Of course, I had no intention of destroying my finds for armor. No matter how valuable, I would bring it back to the Society for Scientific Study. I imagined the astonished cries of my colleagues
that's what I
as I
appreciate
unveiled
about
it
you.
at my next lecture. I smiled again. I picked up a discarded gear from the piles at my feet. It still gleamed brightly as if new made, the dwarven alloys resisting the corrosion of time. I wondered what secrets remained hidden in the maze of chambers that lay before me, defying the efforts of looters, waiting to gleam again in the light they had not seen in long eons. Waiting for me. It remained only to find them. What an impatient gesture to Master Arum to follow. I strode forward into the gloom. Master Arum, Tenpenny, and I spent several days exploring the ruins, while my assistants set up camp at the top of the cliff and hauled supplies and equipment from the village. I was looking for a promising area to begin excavation, a blocked passage or corridor untouched by looters that might lead to completely untouched areas of the ruins. We found 2 such areas early on, but soon discovered that the many winding passages bypassed the blockage and gave access to the rooms behind. Nevertheless, even these outer areas, for the most part stripped clean of artifacts by generations of looters, were full of interest to the professional archaeologist. Behind a massive bronze door burst from its hinges by some ancient turmoil of the earth, we discovered a large chamber filled with exquisite wall carvings, which impressed even the jaded Tenpenny, who claimed to have explored every dwarven ruin in Morrowind. They seemed to depict an ancient ritual of some kind, with a long line of classically bearded dwarven elders, processing down the side walls, all seemingly bowing to a giant form of a god, carved into the front wall of the chamber, which was caught in the act of stepping forth from the crater of the mountain in a cloud of smoke or steam. According to Master Arum, there are no known depictions of dwarven religious rituals, so this was an exciting find indeed. I set a team to work prying the carved panels from the wall, but they were unable to even crack the surface. On closer examination of the chamber, appeared to be faced with a metallic substance with the texture and feel of stone, impervious to any of our tools. I considered having Master Arum try his blasting magic on the walls, but decided that the risk of destroying the carvings was too great. Much as I have preferred to bring them back to the Imperial City, I had to settle. Just tell me you want me to shut up. You can just say shut up.
Come and look upon the heart.
Chat, you know what to do. Take off weight, plays, we dance.
It is not too late for my mercy. Come and look upon the heart.
It was fine, I did need some water.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating it is.
Scroll back and chat here for a second.
God. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god.
Always doing some chores. I'm hanging out in Factorio getting messed up on moonshine. I'll be chillin'. All good, man. Thank you for the sub, by the way, Sinyo. Thank you very much. Oh, and thank you for the gifted subby to Necro. Thank you. Baron 2, welcome in. I hope you're having a good night. Nobody can stop. You told me to read. I was reading. I have to finish the story. I gotta finish. Jerkops, welcome in. Might be a boring answer, but the visual style of the audioscape is something that draws me into a game first and foremost. I don't consider myself an audiophile or anything, but good music, voice acting, and sound effects really elevate, I should say, my interest for games. I was testing you, I'm enjoying while sleeping. Well, you're not sleeping yet. You are not sleeping yet. Alright, now let's get back into the ruins of Camelze. Now I lost my place. think it was on page 12. There we go. Oh, actually, you need to go. Have a nice stream. Sino, thank you so much for tuning in. It's very much appreciated. Okay, in that case, I will see how many pages are left. So we were on page... Just open up to this most recent one. Page 13. So Chad, do you want me to continue? This is a 30-page book, so we're about halfway through. So would you guys like me to continue reading through this book, or would you prefer that I start playing again? I will leave it to you. But I'm actually quite enjoying the story, so I'm inclined to continue, but the Dagoth wave tells me that you guys would like me to shut up, so... Hello, I return. What is it that I missed? Someone used the read redeem, so we are reading The Ruins of Camelze right now. We are about halfway through, and for the quest line, we are doing some honorable writs of execution for King Helseth. So we are in the sewers right now, killing, Holgar the Bloody, I believe is his name. I enjoy listening to your voice read lore, alright? Okay, I'll finish. I'm about halfway through, so there's not actually that much left. On closer examination, the chamber appeared to be faced with a metallic substance with the texture and feel of stone, impervious to any of our tools. I considered having Master Arum try his blasting magic on the walls, but decided that the risk of destroying the carvings was too great. Much as I would have preferred to bring them back to the Imperial City, I had to settle for taking rubbings of the carvings, if my colleagues in the society showed enough interest. I was sure a specialist could be found, perhaps a master alchemist who could find a way to safely remove the panels. I found another curious room at the top of a long winding stair, barely passable due to the fall of rubble from the roof. At the top of the stair was a domed chamber with a large ruined mechanism at its center. Painted constellations were still visible in some places on the surface of the dome. Master Arum and I agreed that this must have been some kind of observatory, and the mechanism was therefore the remains of a dwarven telescope. To remove it from the ruins down the narrow stairway would require its complete disassembly, which fact no doubt had preserved it from the attention of looters. So, I decided to leave it in place for the time being. The existence of this observatory suggested, however, that this room had once been above the surface. Closer examination of the structure revealed that this was indeed a building, not an excavated chamber. The only other doorways from the room were completely blocked, and careful measurements from the top of the cliff to the entry room and then to the observatory revealed that we were still more than 250 feet below the present ground level, a sobering reminder of the forgotten fury of Red Mountain. This discovery led us to focus our attentions downward, since we now knew approximately where the ancient surface lay. We could rule out many of the higher blocked passages. One wide passage impressively flanked with carven pillars particularly drew my interest. Oh, just thanking Senio. It ended in a massive rockfall, but we could see where the looters had begun and then abandoned the tunnel through this debris. With my team of diggers and Master Arum's majory to assist, I believed we could succeed where our predecessors had failed. I therefore set my team of dark elves to work on clearing the passage, relieved finally to be beginning the real exploration of Camelze. Soon, I hoped my boots would be stirring up dust that had lain undisturbed since the dawn of time. With this exciting prospect before me, I may have driven my diggers a bit too hard. Tenpenny reported that they were beginning to grumble about the long days, and that some were talking of quitting. Knowing from experience that nothing puts heart back into these dark elves like a taste of the lash, I had the ringleaders whipped and the rest confined to the ruins until they finished clearing the passageway. Thanks Stendar for my foresight in requisitioning a few legionnaires from Sadanin. They were sullen at first, but with the promise of an extra day's wages, they broke through and soon set to work with a will. While these measures may sound harsh to my readers, back in the comforts of civilization, let me assure you that there is no other way to get these people to stick to a task. The blockage was much worse than I had first thought, and in the end it took almost 2 weeks to clear the passage. The diggers were as excited as I was when their picks finally broke through the far end into emptiness, and we shared a round of local liquor together, a foul concoction in truth, to show that it was forgiven. I could hardly restrain my eagerness as they enlarged the hole to allow entry into the chamber beyond. Would the passage lead to entire new levels of the ancient city filled with artifacts left by the vanished dwarves? Or would it be only a dead end, some side passage leading nowhere? My excitement grew as I slid through the hole and crouched for a moment in the darkness beyond. From the echoing sounds of the stones rattling beneath my feet, I was in a large room, perhaps very large. I stood up carefully.
Hello there.
Avalon, welcome in. Perhaps very large. I stood up carefully and unhooded my lantern. As the light flooded the chamber, I looked around in astonishment. Here were wonders beyond even my wildest dreams. As the light from my lamp filled the chamber beyond the rockfall, I looked around in astonishment. Everywhere was the warm glitter of dwarven alloys. I had found an untouched section of the ancient city. My heart pounding with excitement, I looked around me. The room was vast, the roof soaring up into darkness beyond the reach of my lamp. The far end zones in shadows, with only a tantalizing glimmer hinting at the treasures not yet revealed. Along each wall stood rows of mechanical men, intact except for one oddity. Their heads had been ritually removed and placed on the floor at their feet. This could mean only one thing. I had discovered a tomb of a great dwarven noble, maybe even a king. Burials of this type had been discovered before, most famously by Ransom's expedition to Hammerfell, but no completely intact tomb had ever been found. Until now. But if this was truly a royal burial, where was the tomb? I stepped forward, gingerly, the rows of headless bodies standing silently as they had for eons, their disembodied eyes seeming to watch me as I passed. I had heard wild tales of the curse of the dwarves, but had always laughed it off as superstition. But now, breathing the same air as the mysterious builders of this city, which had lain undisturbed since the cataclysm that spelled their doom, I felt a twinge of fear. There was some power here. I felt something malevolent that resented my presence. Stopped for a moment and listened. All was silent, except, it seemed, I heard a faint hiss, regular as breathing. I fought down a sudden surge of panic. I was unarmed, not thinking of danger in my haste to explore the blocked passage. Sweat dripped down my face as I scanned the gloom for any movement. The room was warm. I suddenly noticed much warmer than the rest of the labyrinth thus far. My excitement returned. Could I have found a section of the city still connected to a functioning steam grid? Pipes ran along the walls, as in all sections of the city. I walked over and placed my hand on one. It was hot, almost too hot to touch. Now I saw that in places where the ancient piping had corroded, small jets of steam were escaping. The sound I had heard. I laughed with all my own credulity. I laughed at my own credulity. I now advanced quickly to the far end of the room, giving a cheerful salute to the ranks of mechanical soldiers that had appeared so menacing only moments before, smiled with triumph as the light swept back the darkness of centuries to reveal the giant effigy of a dwarven king, standing on a raised dais, his metal hand clutching his rod of office. This was the prize indeed. I circled the dais slowly, admiring the craftsmanship of the ancient dwarves. The Golden King stood 20 feet tall under the freestanding domed cupola, his long unswept beard jutting forward proudly as the glittering metal eyes seemed to follow me. But my superstitious mood had passed, and I gazed benevolently on the old dwarven king. My king, as I had already begun to think of him. I stepped onto the dais to get a better look at the sculpted armor. Suddenly, my eyes of the figure opened, and it raised a mailed fist to strike. I leapt to one side as the golden arm came crashing down, striking sparks from the steps where I had stood a moment before. With a hiss of steam and a whir of gears, the giant figure stepped ponderously out from under its canopy and strode towards me with frightening speed, its eyes tracking me as I scrambled backwards. I dodged behind a pillar as the fist whistled down again. I had dropped my lantern in the confusion, and now I crept into the darkness outside the pool of light, hoping to slip between the headless mechanisms and thus escape back into the safety of the passageway. Where had the monster gone? You would think that a 20-foot golden kind would be hard to miss, but he was nowhere to be seen. The guttering lamp only illuminated a small part of the room. He could be hiding anywhere in the gloom. I crawled faster without warning. The dim ranks of dwarven soldiers in front of me went flying as the monstrous guardian loomed before me. He had cut off my escape. As I dodged backwards, blow after blow whistled down as the implacable machine followed me relentlessly, driving into the far corner of the room. At last, there was nowhere left for me to go. My back was to the wall. I glared up at my foe, determined to die on my feet. The huge fists lifted for one final blow. The room blazed with sudden light. Bolts of purple energy crackled across the metal carapace of the dwarven monster, and it halted, half turning to meet its new threat. Master Arum had come. I was about to raise a cheer when the giant figure turned back to me, unharmed by the lightning bolt hurled by Master Arum, determined to destroy its first intruder. I shouted out, "Steam! Steam!" as the giant raised his fist to crush me into the floor. There was a hiss and a gust of bitter cold, and I looked up. The monster was now covered with a shell of ice, frozen in the very moment of dispatching me. Master Arum had understood. I leaned against the wall with relief. The ice cracked above me. The giant golden king stood before me, the shell of ice falling away, his head swiveling towards me in triumph. There was no stopping. Was there no stopping this dwarven monstrosity? But then the light faded from his eyes, and his arms dropped to his sides. The magical frost had worked, cooling its steam-driven energy. As Master Arum and the diggers crowded me, congratulating me on my narrow escape, my thoughts drifted. I imagined my return to the Imperial City, and I knew that this would be my greatest triumph yet. How could I possibly top this find? Perhaps it was time to move on, recovering the fabled Eye of Argonia. Now, that would be a coup. I smiled to myself, reveling in the glory of the moment, already planning my next adventure. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the ruins of Kamelze. I hope you enjoyed the reading. The read redeem can be a little loaded, especially when I end up reading. Here he is, perfect. Especially when I end up reading an entire piece of lore. But with that said, I'm becoming better as a voice actor as a result of this. Spoon Mage, welcome in. Let's just see if I missed any messages here. Books, isn't there a similar book in Oblivion, a Ruins book? Yes, I believe, yeah. There's a lot of lore books that actually are carryover from Daggerfall. Question of the day. Is less a feature and more a quality. I prefer games that don't hold back certain topics because it shows me developers aren't afraid, and it sets a sort of tone for the rest of whatever the game is. That's a good shout. Yes, he's gonna be here. Wonder if I could just speak to him.
May the wind be on your back.
What do you want? Evidence of conspiracy. Yeah? Well, what are you going to do about it? Ooh. Oh, man. This is... Oh. Because I've already slain one of them. I've already killed one of them. Oh, I can subvert King Helseth. I can subvert him. Oh. I think Kamelze is one of the few books that has made it from Morrowind to Skyrim. I can see why. It was very fun to read. Okay, chat, what are we doing? Are we slaying him, or are we letting him flee? Because I personally, I don't think I like King Helseth yet. Oh, GPT, sorry I missed your message for a little bit there. Well, I also think he's good. We're referring to Akatosh, by the way. GPT asked if I think Akatosh is a bad individual. I also think he's good. Others, however, think he may also have been prideful and have a controlling nature, which makes sense. He is a dragon. But is it really that bad? Without him, there's only chaos. I've already slain one guy, though. That's the problem for me. Do you want to go against one of the most powerful members of House Lalu? I mean, I'm the head of the Morag Tong. I'm the head of the Thieves Guild, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm head of the Thieves Guild. I'm Hortator. I'm Nerevarine. Can he actually do anything? You can't really unalive someone without necromancy. You know what? I got 2 guys left. I'm gonna warn them. I'm gonna warn him and let him escape. I'm gonna see what happens. I don't get it. Don't you want to fight? Oh, wait. I see. You're a good guy. Sure, I understand. So now, I gotta get lost. Fast, right? Okay, time to use that old recall amulet. So long, pal. And thanks. Here, I'm just gonna take all. Screw it. Oh, I'm over in Cumbead. Oh dear. What can I get rid of? We have a Blessed Spear. Value 1500. Oh, well, we can definitely get rid of that. There, now we can walk again. Sure, I'm gonna see what happens. King Helseth sounds like a putz. But we'll see. He could be a good guy. Ooh, ow. Okay, not that way. I think you're messing up your chances in meeting Baron Zaya, the largest whore in the Elder Scrolls. It's kind of an honor. Well. So wait, you can actually meet Baron Zaya in this game? Spoiler alert. I did save my game, so I can save scum this. Oh, man. I'm really playing both sides right now. I am the head of the Morag Tong. You know what? Just for Baron Zaya. Ooh, jeez. 1 sec. Whoa, what? There we go. Ugh. I think it's worth it to meet Baron Zaya. We're going to be doing more playthroughs of this game anyways, so...
You're growing weak.
Oh, he's quick.
It'll be your blood here, not mine.
Oh, wow. Why am I still sneaking? There we go. Boom. Get a bunch of my arrows back. I think specifically so that I can meet Baron Zaya, it's worth it. There we are. Ooh. Where's the... Oh, we're in the palace. Royal Palace Courtyard. Okay, now I have to look into one last name. Bedell Allen. He's a bookworm. Try a bookseller. That's where I would look. Okay, so he would be, in that case, the Great Bazaar. Unless there's a bookseller over there, which I doubt. When it comes to graphics and style, I found that especially in 2D games, the animation quality matters a lot. Something like Nuclear Throne does not impress me in screenshots, but the animations and the sounds pull the presentation along despite relatively simple graphics. I've never played Nuclear Throne. So we do have a bookseller. An armory, magic shop, bookseller. Bedell Allen.
Yeah. Nothing. I'm doing nothing. See? I have you.
I have a writ. It's okay, I have a writ. Honorable writ of execution. Okay, make her way back up. I'm getting excited. Meeting Baron Zaya is actually going to be really cool. A character from all the way back in Daggerfall. It's the Legion Depot. Pardon me. Pardon me.
Justice never sleeps. God's grief.
I'm actually feeling, it's weird. I slept more this weekend than I have in a long time. I actually feel more tired for some reason. Have you heard? The city is under attack. Enchanted machines have burst into the plaza. Brindisi Dorum and Plaza Brindisi Dorum and are killing everyone. They need your help. Go! Okay, where's that?
Long live the king. Justice never sleeps.
So Plaza's under attack right now. There's the temple courtyard. Holy shit! What the fuck? Excuse me? What the shit is this thing? What are you? Vermanius Fabricant. This is insane.
Defend the city.
The creatures attacking the city have been defeated. The plaza is in ruins. Morrowind has steampunk? York, welcome in. I am doing very well. And this quest is getting incredibly cool. Eternal, welcome in. You can ruin my plaza anytime you want. I don't have that zoom in with the Pornhub sound that you have, but welcome in, my friend. Hope you're having a good day. How was Greece, my friend?
Oh no.
I've heard about the attack of the city, and I've dispatched guards to take care of it. Thank you for your report. You can help another way. I'd like you to investigate the disturbance. Obviously, we can't allow these attacks to continue, but we need to know more about the source. It seems the attacks originated from some Dwemer ruins that have been buried deep beneath Mournhold. The memorial statue has been destroyed, and we've cleared a passage below. My reports tell me that the creatures that attacked were at least partially mechanical, so perhaps they were of Dwemer origin. I want you to explore these ruins, find out where these creatures have come from, and report back to me. Very well.
Long live the king.
Long live the king.
Justice never sleeps. Justice never sleeps.
Out of my way. Out this way. It's temple courtyard, don't want that. My weekend's been really good. We need an Only Books neon sign. There it is. Greece was fantastic, thank you. Sad to be back in wet and rainy England. Well, I'm in wet and rainy Canada right now. We're getting ready for winter right now. Why and how did I break the plaza? The quest. The quest did it. It's not my fault, it's the quest. It's always the quest. I have never done anything wrong, Guru. Never. Not once in my life. I did see the tattoos, yes. Oh my god, I thought I lost Mr. Skunky. Spent the last hour yelling his name. He was happily rolling in the oh man. Oh, dude, what a dog. What a dog, honestly. So the Dwemer are attacking... The Dwemer constructs are attacking the Fabricants. And it appears that they've won. Winter's coming. What are you gonna do, Jon Snow? Okay, we're just gonna sneak past these guys. I don't feel like a fight right now. I imagine he would. I'm gonna have to fight this one. Shit! You haven't watched Game of Thrones yet. I would highly recommend it. So either they're not aggressive to me, or my sneak is just that good. I would say this book appears to be written in an unknown Dwemer language. From the schematics, it appears to be a manual on machinery maintenance. So I would say that Game of Thrones was good up until... I would say it was good up until season 6. I would say they ran out of material from the original story in season 5, and that is when everything fell apart. Free crossbow. Dwarven shortsword. Dwemer tube.
Masera.
Sure, we'll take these. We will take these. I think Game of Thrones is good all the way through, but you can definitely feel a decline. Still, almost no other fantasy TV series. Oh, absolutely. So, the thing with Game of Thrones for me, personally, is that, you know, the people who complain about Game of Thrones, they shouldn't be mad at the producers of the show. They should be mad at George R.R. Martin, who has failed to this point to complete the story. He's had a long time to write, and he still hasn't completed the story. So I would say if there's any direction to direct any ire that is present for feelings on Game of Thrones, I would say it needs to be directed that way. Merlin, is that the... I forget what network played that show. It's a low-budget show, right, Jorg? Isn't that the show where, it basically goes over the... It's very similar to another show that I watched when I was young called Legends of the Seeker. It's very similar budget and feel... No. It's very similar in budget and feel to that show, I would say. And it's kind of the young days of Merlin, is what the show's about. Okay, so I can hide rather effectively from these guys. There's an ash pile. Well, this looks important. Heavy Dwemer chest. Dwarven war axe, dwarven halberd. Don't think I need that. Well, it's kind of fitting now that we read the runes of Kamelze then. Does anyone in the chat remember Legend of the Seeker? I feel like I, tripped balls and just dreamt that show. Nobody else seems to know of it. Does anyone else in the chat remember Legend of the Seeker? Are you sure you don't want the spoiled oil? Well, I'm not running any diesel locomotives, so... I liked Merlin, but I didn't really like that reveal was kept to the last episode. Can't say I heard of that TV show. I think it was very, I don't know if it's exclusive to North America, but... It was very much a, it was like CW Network fantasy show. Like, think... Tonally, it was like, sorry, in terms of budget, I would compare it to, like, Supernatural, but for fantasy show. Okay, that chest is not worth it to me. We're gonna backtrack this way. I do know that TV series, but never got a good look at it after 5 episodes. So, like, you didn't like it after 5 episodes, or...? Oh, you just forgot about it, yeah. I got really invested in that show. I can't tell you why at this point. I haven't watched it in so long, I don't really remember. But I watched so much of it. I really did enjoy the show quite a bit. Oh, like, it wasn't a fantastic show by any means, York. It was not an amazing show. Did you ever watch The Last Kingdom? That's a newer show, right? For some reason, after I watched Vikings, that show kept getting recommended to me. I'm not sure if that's like a follow-up series to... I don't think it's a follow-up series to Vikings, but... I get the sense that it was like tonally similar, maybe. Yeah, my sneak right now is... Where's my sneak scat? Right here. So 90, so it's 78 plus 20. So it's effectively nearly 100. So it is 78 plus 20 from, I believe it is, yeah, it's Deceit. Deceit fortifies skill of sneak, 20% on myself. Or 20 points, I should say. So here, let me show you. Cause Morrowind, okay, this is maybe an unpopular opinion, but this is what I hold. Morrowind, unless you are 100 or better, that stat is essentially superfluous. It's really when you get 100 or better, or close to 100 or better, that you really start to shine in this game. So I'm gonna take Deceit off. And now my sneak stat is 78. See? Whereas before I was walking right up to him. And throw it back on. Tonally similar, sure, but it's actually based on the book series The Saxon Stories by Bernard Cornwell, published in 2004. I'm honestly, like... I don't want to say I'm, like, counterculture right now. I'm just very hard... Like, I've been burned so many times with shows that I'm very hard to, like, pull in to a show or a franchise. Because even if it is good at the outset, I'm so scared that it's going to get messed up, kind of thing. Question of the day, it's quite simple, really. Jiggle physics. What game, Eternal, has your favorite jiggle physics? What are the goated jiggle physics of the world? Yeah, good reward and exploration of the jiggle physics. We understand what you mean. You're worried of a repeat game. It's not even Game of Thrones. It's not really even Game of Thrones. I felt that Game of Thrones got weaker writing after season 5. I think that Vikings got incredibly weak writing after Ragnar's death arc. After Ragnar died, the writing in Vikings kind of fell apart, in my opinion. What's another good modern show example of this? I don't watch many modern shows anymore, I gotta be honest. What's another good example I would like to You know what, Mrs. Books, it's not my kind of show, but I did watch it with her. You was another one of those shows, kind of later season, especially later seasons. I never liked the show, but I could at least acknowledge that it was, like, watchable. But in later seasons, it was like, okay, like, this is, like, bad. Why are you watching this? What is another good example for me? I can give you examples of shows that I do like. And two of my favorite shows, they were Korean-produced shows. Kingdom, which was like a medieval zombie series, and it had really cool twists, and it was really, really interesting. The drama was excellent in that show. Kingdom. Watch it if you haven't. And Silent Sea. I still don't know what the hell was happening in Silent Sea, if I'm completely honest, but the drama was excellent in that show. Very, very well done. Books, do you still remember Farscape? I watched the series back in the day a lot. Sliders too. Farscape. I would have to see it to remember it. The name is vaguely familiar. You know what? Chat, what is your... Galactic Traveler, welcome to the game library. I hope you've been enjoying your stay. Nice to meet ya. What are y'all up to in this corner of the galaxy? I am playing the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind right now. We've been playing this game for... Ooh, that's tough to tell you how long I've been playing this game. I want to say at least 4 months. We've beaten the mainline game, and now we are into the DLC. I'm a big Scrolls head. I love Elder Scrolls games. I love RPGs of any kind. In this channel, I do what we call giving a voice to the voiceless games. So we focus on story-driven games that are kind of slightly obscured from the mainstream conversation around gaming, I would say. And a lot of these games have little to no voice acting, so I do all the voiceover live in these games to make them just a little bit more interesting to the modern viewer. I just started on the Telvanni questline, so I hope that you don't mind spoilers, because we are going to be proceeding with the story here, and this is way past where you're going. I actually aligned with House Telvanni in my playthrough as well, so I hope you enjoy that questline. Are you a main? Twitch Tracker says you've clocked 143 hours of Morrowind. That's how I roll, man. That's how I roll. It is definitely my favorite in the Elder Scrolls franchise. I was saying earlier in the stream that it is my opinion that Morrowind is when the Elder Scrolls truly began. This is the true beginning of the Elder Scrolls. This is not to diminish the writing and the lore that Ted Peterson and Julian LeFay produced. They ultimately created the source from which Morrowind came. But Morrowind was where the Elder Scrolls truly showed the world what the lore is capable of doing and what the lore is capable of producing. So that is, and the sales bear this out, by the way. Daggerfall and Arena only sold 700,000 copies in 4 years, respectively. I think Daggerfall clocked 700,000 copies sold by the year 2000, and it came out in 1996. Morrowind sold millions of copies. Millions of copies. This game is more popular than Daggerfall. And there's a reason for that. It showed people that there is a world, there's this insane lore and world that the Elder Scrolls is capable of producing. And that is why Morrowind is goated. That is why Morrowind is the best Elder Scrolls game ever made. Because prior to that, you had very superficial exploration of what the world of Elder Scrolls is. And then after Morrowind, you had what I would also say is very superficial exploration of what Tamriel is capable of doing. Your voice sounds cool, thank you very much, Traveler. I've been loving, especially the magic system. It makes you feel like a wizard pondering an orb in your tower. The streets of Morrowind are definitely for the mages. I am playing a stealth archer personally. I'm countercultural, and I am doing objectively the worst possible build in the game, but we're still very powerful now, so. I bet Book still remembers the series early edition. Early edition? You're gonna have to send that one to me, Avalon. I don't remember that off the top of my head. Or unless you're talking about, like, Morrowind's early edition. I've heard that the Wheel of Time show wasn't very well received. Never got into those books. Still haven't really looked into it as of yet. So, in the chat, I'm curious. Before Traveler kind of set me on a tangent there, I am very, very curious as to what your favorite obscure television shows are. So for me, or maybe not obscure, because one of my answers would be Stargate, and that is not an obscure show. Many people remember Stargate. But Stargate SG-1, Stargate Atlantis, Legend of the Seeker, kind of, in Canada there was a channel called Space TV. And that is where I got all my sci-fi. That's where I got my Star Trek. That's where I got everything from there. And those shows were all on Space. And I'm curious what your favorites, perhaps lesser known shows are. You could also answer Stargate, SG-1, or Legend of the Seeker, or whatever, but I'm curious what shows you always bring it up and everybody goes like, what? You know, like that kind of a conversation. What is a show that you bring up and everybody just goes, what's that? And then you have to go on this whole rant on why it's awesome and amazing and everything. The Shannara Chronicles, that sounds familiar as hell. Oh yeah, I remember that show. Yeah. I also remember, Pushing Up Daisies. Pushing Up Daisies was another good one. Shannara Chronicles. Oh my god. Well, that's a trip down memory lane. When did this come out again? This was 2015? It was 2015, right? Yeah, this was 2015, right?
Welcome,
oh my god.
Star.
Lost!
Fire and war.
You're getting lost in the game library right now. Raiders, welcome in. Can I please get a raid response from our community to successfully lost? Malthus, welcome in. friend. Double salute to Malthus.
Look upon my heart.
Hey, welcome in, guys. Okay, one moment.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god?
Okay,
What a
I just
grand
have
and
to
intoxicating
in
innocence.
all sorts of different
I'm a
tabs,
god.
so I've got to figure
How
out
can you
things right
kill a
now.
god?
Okay.
Shame on you, sweet Benabar. I'm a god.
Playing some Morrowind,
I'm a
were we?
god.
Oh, here we go. The endless wave.
Fire and
The chat
war.
loves the Dagoth wave, by the way. Now, if you are new to this community, when the Dagoth wave plays, it is general that we dance.
Lay down your weapon.
So I'm just gonna sit here bobbing my head a little bit
For my mercy.
while the song finishes up.
Come and look upon my heart. Upon my heart.
But Lost, thank you for the shout out. Of course,
How can you
Lost.
kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god.
What is the oh no
Kill
for?
a god. Shame on you, sweet Benabar.
Do you remember a weirdo Canadian show called The Odyssey?
I'm a god.
The audacity of this bitch.
You can mow like my balls, am I right? Raiders, welcome to the game library where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin, and I'm so glad that you are here today. In this community, we focus on story-driven games that are obscured from the mainstream conversation around gaming, and the voice is me. I do a little bit of voice acting in games that generally they have little to no voice acting in them. We do play some games with voice acting, but generally it has little to no voice acting, so I do the voiceover live for you to make these games just a
I got
little
to say, that's
bit
what I
more
appreciate
interesting.
about you.
Lost, thank you so much for the raid. Raiders, if you have to raid and run, please do not think it rude. You come first, so if you have to grab some food, grab some drink, get some sleep, whatever you need, please take care of yourselves. But if not, we were playing what Lost is playing. We are playing some Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. Now, we are into some DLC. We are playing the Tribunal DLC right now, so I don't know how far ahead I am of Lost, but there might be some spoiler territory if you are interested in the story. Also, of interest, we also have a question of the day at the top of chat, and we were just having a kind of an interesting conversation on what is an obscure or perhaps lesser known show that you love, and whenever you mention it to people in conversation, they go, "What?" And you have to explain why the show is amazing to them. So we've been having a conversation about that right now. Thank you, Avalon. Thank you. Now, without further ado, I will get back into, because I believe I said a hello to everybody who has hopped into the chat. Yes, I've said hello to everybody who has hopped into the chat, so we'll now hop back into some Morrowind. Hope you enjoy. I will need to raid and run, unfortunately. Have some fun and have a great start of the week. Lost, thank you again for the raid. And could I get a second shout out for Successfully Lost? She is an amazing streamer. She's just a very nice human being, and it's a wonderful place to be. She's really, really enjoying Morrowind, and I love to see this amazing game get enjoyment from the online community, as it's slowly ending up, it's becoming kind of obscure, honestly. So I want to make sure that the creators who give this game the time of day get the recognition they deserve. So if you're not following already, please do so. Welcome in, Locker. Because Lost is nice to me. Lost is nice to me, so I return the favor. I know that her community likes to take the piss quite often. But not me, never me. So, the Font Crimes, you were mentioning the Odyssey. I do remember that show, but incredibly vaguely. I could not tell you a damn thing about it. Let's do Apprentice's probes. Oh, obscure shows, the Hornblower TV series from the 90s, based on the book series of the same name. I know that Adventure Time isn't obscure, but almost never gets talked about. Yeah, you know what, that's fair. And I was kind of mentioning the Stargate series. That's a show that I kind of notice nobody really talks about it anymore. And it's kind of a shame, honestly, because Stargate was amazing. I really love the universe of Stargate. Sledgehammer. That one I've never heard of. I don't want anything from there. Got some diamonds, armor hammer, I'll take that. But now we are over encumbered. I have a lot of weight on me right now. Blessed spear. Put that away. Even Star, welcome in. Not talking about Stargate should be a criminal offense. And yet, I don't know, maybe it's just my personal experience, but I don't find that people converse about a lot of these older sci-fi. Firefly's another one. I find that I bring up Firefly.
A new hand touches the
Even Star, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. I hope you enjoy your stay in the game library. I find that, like, yeah, a lot of these older sci-fi series, they don't really get talked about too much anymore. There's definitely a lot of shows I should probably look into at some point. Just hard to do when you're also, when you've also got so many films to work your way through, yes. Farscape is interesting as well. Alas, there's very little being lost here. Well, that's kind of the point of what I do. Where we're trying to make sure that the obscure things do not get forgotten. This channel's kind of all about preservation, I would say. I did many years of post-secondary education, and I was wanting to be a professor. I got educated in history as my major and psychology as my minor. And I wanted to do research and then eventually get a professorship. That didn't end up happening. I'm actually a plumber by day now. But my love for history and the obscure things that get forgotten in the world never went away. I love history. And I love preserving the memory of what once was. And that kind of inspired my channel. There's a game, it is the namesake of my channel. It is called The Siege of Avalon. And that was a game that nobody talks about. Very small fan base. Very niche game, I would say. And one thing that I felt I could do is make the content for that game because nobody else was. I kind of said, why not? Why can't I be a streamer? Why can't I be a YouTuber? Why can't I do this and preserve the memory of this game that I love so much? And it just grew from there. It just ended up becoming what it is today, I guess. Sir Book, sorry I can't stay. I must go to sleep, but I hope you have a good stream, and I hope everyone has a great rest of the day. Short Bull, thank you for the kind words, my friend. I hope you had an amazing weekend, and I wish you well, my friend. We will see you on the next one. Okay, so we have a collapsed corridor here, so I gotta find some way... Gotta find some way to Kool-Aid man my way through there. Stargate, Babylon, Battlestar Galactica, Firefly, Red Dwarf, Star Trek, and so many others. In case of Star Trek, it's honestly just so intimidating.
A new hand touches the beacon.
Traveler, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. I hope you enjoy your stay. I gotta run. Nice meeting you. I'll catch you next time. Hopefully I'll have my mushroom house by then. I hope so as well. I hope so as well. In the case of Star Trek, it's honestly so intimidating, what with the multitude of shows and films. You know, it's interesting you mentioned that, actually. It's very interesting you mentioned that. I think one of the big reasons that people don't touch old media, I think one of the reasons that games like Morrowind and Siege of Avalon and series like Star Trek and old 70s Battlestar Galactica, Babylon 5, you name it, insert here. I think the reason that people don't consume this old media is because it's kind of like, it's just this hamster wheel. It never quite ends, right? Because these franchises are getting revivals right now on top of everything else. So it's very difficult to kind of keep pace with everything amidst your busy life. You know, you've got your day job, and then I'm supposed to consume like all these different shows and games and books, and stuff inevitably ends up getting sloughed off to the wayside. I would say that one thing that I have taken to doing, and I have to do this because I'm a content creator now and I need to get through games. I need to consume media at kind of an accelerated rate so that I can review it, so that I can talk about it, and I can remain relevant in the age of algorithms. I play a little bit every day. I microdose games. I microdose books and shows. You know, it's, okay, I'll watch one episode of Deep Space Nine. None of this binge stuff. I'll watch an episode of Deep Space Nine. I'll read a chapter of my book, and then I will play an hour or half an hour of this game that I want to get through. And I have found, as a result of this, I'm actually playing more games. I'm actually reading more books. I'm watching more shows. Because I'm not binging them, I'm actually getting through stuff faster because I'm consuming a wider variety of stuff. Pardon me. And it's also made me kind of a more capable reviewer. Yes, unfortunately, ads are in 30 seconds, guys. Okay, we're just going to be figuring this out during ads, so I doubt you're going to be missing too much.
Welcome, Moon and Star.
You had to leave us with the Dagoth Wave. I watched a lot of Star Trek, the original series and the Next Generation, when they had them on TV here. I feel like there was a lot of... I feel like there was a ton of filler, especially in the original series. Oh yeah. Nostalgia goggles, set to stun.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god?
Chat knows what to do.
What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Zarabar. I'm a god. I'm a god.
I'm sorry, what? It fortifies acrobatics, but it damages your health. I'm just gonna drink this oil so I can do some flips. Interesting. Very interesting, okay. You know what I'm gonna do, guys? I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. I've been streaming for a couple hours already, out of a 6-hour stream, so it is prudent that I take a moment. So, grab a snack, grab some water, whatever you need, stretch, get up, stretch, whatever. I will see you guys in a couple of minutes. I realized my backing lights weren't actually on, so it's actually good that I went on ads, because I realized this wasn't on. See the difference? Whew. Oh, I ate some chicken way too fast. That was much too quick. Alright, chat. Backseat gaming required. I need to know how to get into this cavern. It could be... Let's check my journal, actually. It could be that my journal updated. I've witnessed Dwemer constructs and these mysterious new fabricant creatures battling in the ruins of Bam's Ashmend. The Dwemer creatures seem to be defending the ruins against the intruding constructs. Their origin is still a mystery to me, but it is clear that they are not of Dwemer make. I should report my findings immediately. There we go. When in doubt, check your journal, chat. When in doubt, check your journal. I have failed to do so. So we will head back. Probably didn't even have to explore all this, but whatever. Let's be careful here, because I did avoid slaying a bunch of enemies. So we will take our sweet-ass time.
Sarah.
Let's rush through. Chubby, welcome in. The Chubalution has come to the game library. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. I'm at D&D just saying hi. Oh, hi. Hello. Woohoo. Yeah, buddy. Oh, that hurt. That was extreme pain. These are the Mournhold gates. Dark, welcome in. I am well. I'm very well today. Mrs. Books is not home right now, so I had the house to myself, slept in a ton, got a bunch of housework done, walked the dogs. It's been a very chill Sunday for me, so good day overall, I would say. But how are you? I hope you are well today. I hope the Sunday has been good to you, as it has been to me. And what have you been up to? Ah, Helseth. Well, it's nice to meet you, Helseth. He's a very competent man. Oh, good question, Dragon. Yes, what edition? The Dwemer constructs are fighting these fabricants. This situation gets more and more disturbing to me. Your effort has been appreciated, though, Paige. In fact, I believe the king himself would like to speak to you.
Thank you for helping us put our house in order, Sarah.
So, this I have a problem with. This I have a problem with, because Helseth was not raised in Morrowind, and he was not raised on Vardenfell. So he would not have a voice like this. He would have a mainland Morrowind accent. Doing well, thanks. Not up to much. Just gotta... Ooh. What console? What kind of controller? By the way, question of the day is at the top of chat, and we have a secondary question that I've been getting interesting answers from everyone about, which is, what is an odd show that you like? Could be a movie, could be I think television show is best, but for me, one of my obscure shows that I used to watch lots was Legend of the Seeker. 8-bit Do Pro 2 wired for Xbox with those Hall Effect joysticks. Goodbye, Stick Drift. Mainland Morrowind being closer to Adril Arano and Sky. Yeah, exactly, yes. A lot more posh. Ah, so you're the one T.E.S has been telling us about. Interesting. You have to forgive us for our slight inconvenience earlier. It appears we were given a bit of misinformation. The Queen Mother has spoken of you as well. Slight inconvenience. We understand you were visited by some Dark Brotherhood assassins. A regrettable occurrence. They are a difficult lot, but they do have their usefulness. I'm certain that will no longer be a problem for you. Yes, we have various sources throughout Vardenfell that are paid well to provide us with information. Unfortunately, sometimes it proves to be incorrect. One of our informants had suggested that you could pose a threat to our monarchy. That cannot be allowed, as I'm sure you understand. It is never easy for one to assume the throne, especially after the unfortunate set of circumstances that led to our beloved King Lethan's death. There are those who would seek to profit from such events, to take opportunity to create unrest among the people. There are those even who would wish to see us dead. May his spirit rest among his ancestors. We did all that could be done for him, but in the end he seemed to have lost his will to live. He was a great man, and we will mourn his loss. Speaking of cool shit happening to us, I found a first edition copy of Ozzy Osbourne's second solo album for a very cheap price yesterday. Kept my mouth shut while I bought it. It's in mint condition. Ooh, nice. Very nice. See us dead. Does this surprise you, even now? There are those that wish to see our head on a pike. What better way to achieve one's goals than to have others remove those that would oppose you? Surely you have some understanding of this. In fact, we have recently been told of a plot against the throne. You know, of course, of Queen Baronzaya. We returned to Mournhold together, after the unpleasantness in Wayrest. An amazing woman, our mother. Not one to be taken lightly. Not much happens in Mournhold that she is not aware of. She is a valuable asset to us. I assume you heard of the Morag Tong and of the Dark Brotherhood. They have their purpose in Morrowind. I am the head of the Morag Tong, so yes. Some of my informants have learned of a possible assassination plot against our royal person. I would like more information on this. However, I do not want to compromise the safety of my guards or of my informant. I believe, however, you could be suitable for this matter. I wish for you to meet an informant of mine at a local corner club, the Winged Gwar. You'll find it in God's Reach. He's an orc. And shouldn't be hard to pick out. Find him, and ask him about his uncle's farm. He'll know what it means. Then report back to me with your information. The whole thing with Hlalu Helseth targeting you at the onset of Tribunal's questline is so bizarre, given it can happen at the very beginning of the game, while your character... I agree. I do agree. So, if you look into the history of Tribunal, this was after many people in Bethesda Softworks left. So there was a big team that was responsible for creating Morrowind, essentially, and many of them left at the time Tribunal came about. In particular, a lot of their creative writers and a lot of their artists cycled through at this time. And it can be made very apparent when you play Tribunal that the passion that existed during the mainline game of Morrowind didn't really exist in the same way for the making of Tribunal.
Your story makes my heart heavy and my prostate weak. My bladder is full to bursting. I feel for you and your grave loss.
I'm so glad.
However, it will be impossible for us to help you.
You need to help me, though. I need your help, chat. I'm sorry about your prostate, but you need to help me. I never get the same feeling from expansion. Yeah.
Be quick.
It's a glitch that spawns the Dark Brotherhood agent early. It's supposed to happen around level 15 when you're near the end of the main story. Yeah. I've heard that it was considered a glitch, actually. My understanding was that they just didn't consider people would be making a new character with the Tribunal expansion enabled. Ah, I see. I could see both being the reality in that situation. Ember, welcome in. I'm running around right now, but I wish you one... Thank you so much for the kind words. I hope you're doing well, Ember. Oh, wow. Thank you for sharing that with me, York. I'm so glad. So glad that happened to you. And that I know about it. But with that said, I do hope everything's okay. Because you normally don't get those exams for no reason. Unless the doctor really, really likes you. And I mean really likes you. Bethesda actually went back and took criticisms of Tribunal to heart, and they made Blood Moon, which is light years better. I honestly can't wait to play it. The Winged Gwar. Okay, so that's not here. He was clearing customs. I don't know if it would have been doable, but I think it would have been sensible to tie the prerequisite for the attack to your character's reputation, or just position in the main quest, I suppose. Well, it sounds like that was more or less what they were planning on doing, but as I said, there was a lot of talent shakeup at the time, and I think, personally, I think some stuff got missed. Yeah, no, Jorg, I think that's, you know, obviously if you wanna have a chat off stream, you know, if you wanna bro down about that, I'm definitely, especially if it's like health issues and, you know, you're feeling a certain way about it, I'm definitely willing to have a conversation, but, yeah, definitely not for chat, I would say.
What's yours?
Solstheim feels so much like, yeah. Skyrim is for the Nords. Solstheim is for the Nords. Who do I need to... What do you want? I would like to speak about your uncle. And his farm. I don't have an uncle. And I don't know you. Better not talk to you about that. How about now? Holy shit, I was expecting that to go way up. Yeah, I get it. Code words, whatever. Here's what you should know. Our king is paranoid. I know. It's treason to even think that sort of stuff, but it's true. He always thinks someone's out to get him. The man's had me checking into a different conspiracy every week for the last month. I keep telling him, you're king. You're gonna have enemies. Does he listen? Pfft. This time, though, there might be something to it. I've found some disturbing information. My sources tell me there's a plot, but not against the king. From what I've been able to gather, there will be an attempt made on the Queen Mother's life. I'm not sure who would want to target her, but from what I know, she has no enemies in Mournhold. But that's what my sources are telling me.
You seem worthy of my knowledge.
Yes, what is it?
It's so hard to get the tone right for the orcs and the Nords. Like with the Nords, it's like, go ahead, please. You know, like there's very like, eh. Who's the Queen Baronzaya? Queen Baronzaya. It's a tone that I have a lot of trouble with, basically, is what I'm saying. Royal Guards quarters.
More no.
Okay. Yes, I expected you would find out as much. Other sources of mine indicate the same thing, and that the attempt will be made tomorrow night. Our mother must be protected at all costs. I do not wish to tip my hand to these assassins. Here is how we will protect Baronzaya. It would be unwise to station more guards outside her doors, as that would alert the killers to our knowledge. Better to catch them in the act. One of our royal guards could be involved in the attempt, so they will be kept occupied elsewhere. You should stay in the antechamber outside our mother's chambers tomorrow evening to deal with these assassins when they arrive. Close the door behind you and hide behind the screens so as not to alert them to your presence. Meantime, find out whatever else you can. Paige should feel honored to meet such a fine baddie when we see Baronzaya. They talk like Fonzie. Ayy. I'm Book Agrabol, and you better buy a goddamn book right away.
Thank you for helping us put our house in order.
Long live the king.
It's almost easier to do the Dunmer voice, because all I have to do is just monotone, right? It's just,
All I have to do is talk like this, basically. And then I've done the Dunmer voice. There's really no, tone that I have to explore, or any inflections that I can really do. It's all just this.
but when I'm using my speaking voice, people expect, you know, people would expect some different inflections. Pardon me. So sad we never got to meet Orc Gorath follower. Woo! Imperial Cult Services. No one expected an orc to run a bookstore. Nobody ever expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Long live the king.
Okay, so we have the antechamber. Saint Nereva. From a short temple pamphlet for Western readers. Ages ago, Nereva was the greatest Dunmer general, first counselor and companion of Vivek, Almalexia and Sothasil, who, with the power of the great ring of the ancestors, one clan under Moon and Star, united the Dunmer houses to confront the evil Dwemer, the treacherous House Dagoth, and their western allies at Red Mountain. By Providence and the faithless Dwemer were utterly destroyed, and their allies defeated by Nereva, mortally wounded in combat with the traitor Dagoth was driven from Red Mountain. Nereva died not long after of his wounds, but he lived to see the birth of the temple, and to bless the unity of the Dunmer into the safekeeping of Almsavai, the temple and all its communion of saints. Interesting. Okay, so I'm assuming this is the antechamber. But this is King Helsis' quarters. That's the Legion Depot. I've relayed the information to King Helsith regarding the plot against his mother. He has asked me to wait in the room outside Baranzai's chambers tomorrow night and protect her from any attackers. I am to close both doors in the anteroom to hide behind the screens in the room as to not alert the attackers. So wouldn't it be called Queen Baranzai's chambers then? So that's Imperial Cult Services. So these are the Legion Depot. This is... Am I correct in that it's Helsis chambers that are Baranzai's chambers?
I'm listening.
Is that what you're telling me right now? Is that they sleep in the same bed? That's not good. That's not good.
What do you want?
But yeah, this is the only area. Imagine if they gave Baranzai a unique dialogue if you just so happened to be playing a male Khajiit. Oh, we're not going there, Poutine. We're not going there. We are not going to the excerpts of the real Baranzai in Daggerfall. Maybe that's the next merch idea. Banished. Okay, but Dragon, this is the area where I need to be, right? I'm in the correct spot.
Carry on. I'm listening.
But yeah, Baranzai, oh, she has her own quarters. Okay, good. Thank God. Thank the good Lord. But where?
Justice never.
So this is Royal Palace reception. So she, like, legit in the palace? Palace courtyard. Okay. That's the plaza. That's the guards' quarters. Royal Palace, Imperial Cult Services. Reception area. Legion Depot. So I would assume here. So there's Legion Depot. Because the palace is essentially a big circle.
For king and emperor.
It's courtyard.
Emperor, king and justice.
Martin Septim, hail, hail, hail. I can't believe they didn't, like... that passed. Like, in Oblivion, they weren't just like, you know what, that sounds kind of messed up. Maybe we, like, change that. And we just do one audio track that's like a gang vocal, maybe. You know, we have all these voice actors, we can do it. Nope, nope, we're just gonna have everything overlay. Maybe Baron Zaya's quarters are in the guards' quarters.
Justice never sleeps.
It's the jail.
Justice never sleeps. Justice never sleeps.
Out of my way! Shouldn't have to do this so much. Baron Zaya's chambers, there we are. Hide behind the screen. Well,
Approach and be recognized, my good man.
the Book of Dawn and Dusk. There's gold sitting around for no reason. Oblivion's vocal duty was primarily split between 5 VAs, though. I'm glad the remaster got a few new VAs to feel more lively. Yeah, absolutely. But it's like, a gang vocal's not hard. Like, even with 5 voice actors, you could just get them all in the same room and just have everybody do a gang vocal, right? One second, I need...
Supposed to be here somewhere. He told us in the Queen Mother's behind the screen.
Holy shit! Alright. Yep.
Let's see what you're made of. Come on, fight!
Holy shit. This is not a good spot. Sorry about nauseous, chat. Gotta move quick. Gotta move very quick.
You make this too easy. This is pointless. Give in.
Don't die, don't die. They do hurt, so I need to be careful here. Put my arrows back. My journal has been updated. And we come full circle to back to the Dark Brotherhood.
Thank you for helping us put our house in
Long
order,
live
Sarah.
the king.
I understand you were able to protect Baron Zaya. You were able to hold off the assassins. Interesting. Perhaps the threat was not as great as it seemed. We commend you. Take this as a show of our appreciation. We are impressed with your efforts so far. When you are ready, speak to me about further service to your king. By your actions so far, you have proven yourself to be both strong and loyal to our throne. It is now time for you to prove yourself to me. I have plans for you, Page, and it is almost time they were put into motion. I require all those close to me to be powerful, able to defend me from any adversary. Perhaps you have met my personal bodyguard, Karod. He is a perfect example, the finest fighter I've met in all of my travels, and loyal to me to the death. All in good time, first you will prove yourself. I met him many years ago, a deaf and dumb child, wandering the streets of Wayrest. The boy actually had the audacity to try and rob my stepsister, Elisana. I marveled at his courage, and took him into my employ. When the dog has been beaten, Page, it will lick the hand of the one who feeds it, even the most meager of scraps. Now, it is my most loyal of servants, and one of my most deadly. I wish for you to fight my champion. Oh geez, am I a fan of medieval building and warfare survival? I'm not even sure that's a genre. Medieval building simulators, yes, Stronghold Crusader. Absolute goat of a game, love it. I guess Bannerlord would be the game that you're talking about. I think that would be the one. I enjoyed my time in Bannerlord, it was fun. That is correct. I've come to know you a bit, Paige. I believe you can be of some use to me, but the plans I have will require someone of great strength or wit, perhaps both. The time has come for you to prove this to me. You will return here tomorrow, and you will duel Karod. If you're able to defeat him, we will discuss my plans for you. Renown. Interesting. I've never heard of it. Well, hello, my protector's returned. What is there I can do for you, my friend? She is one of the Tribunal, the God Kings of Morrowind. She resides in the High Temple here in Mournhold. King Lethan's death. I am sorry for his widow. He was an old man, and had lived a rich and rewarding life, but that is little consolation to those left behind. I suppose that is my official title. It means little to me. I have been queen twice over now, and I have no wish to be involved in any of the intrigue. Still, it seems to bring joy to those people of Mournhold. When they see the processions and the ceremonies, for that I suppose it is worth it. That's what Baron's Eye sounds like right now.
Protector, it is good to see you again.
That is what Baron's Eye sounds like. Although I can't precisely do that voice, so I do the voice that I can do. The thing with voiceover is, and really, like, if you're playing D&D, for example, this is also true. If you can't do the voice of a woman, you shouldn't try. What you can do is get the intent. So, I can get the intent of what she is saying with the voice that I am capable of, and that will be enough to render maybe not a good performance, but a good enough performance. If I try to do a female voice that I'm not really capable of doing, it's going to become a spoof. It's not going to sound very good. It's going to be it's going to be ridiculous, frankly. So, I just don't try.
Thank you for helping us put our house in order, Sarah.
I'm to return to the throne room tomorrow to face the mighty Red Guard Karud in personal combat. If I can defeat him, Helseth will take me into his confidence. Resting here is illegal. You need to find a bed. Okay, so this is wait. But I think it's only sleep that's an option in Morrowind. I don't think I can actually wait in Morrowind.
Justice never sleeps.
Let's see how I am doing for level up, though. ×2 in several different spots. And I know, for those of you who love Morrowind, I know that I've screwed up the leveling up process. It's ridiculous, it's out of control, I can no longer manage it properly, but that's where we're at. Shared in the Discord? Perfect, thank you.
Mournhold, city of light, city of magic.
No! Oh, I hate you so much. 24 blank levels is insane work, yep. I never did the so-called efficient leveling. Yeah, neither have I. Neither have I. I'm kind of just getting it to the point where it doesn't really matter anymore. Speaking of leveling up, level 23. Because essentially what I need to do is I need to get everything to the point where my level ups don't matter anymore. So just get all of this to 100 essentially is what I need to do. So I can just level all of these different skills as necessary and then just devote as necessary. And a lot of these stats are, pardon me, a lot of these stats are boosted, a lot of these stats are boosted by my items. Hello, beautiful humans. Currently hiding in the bathroom, restaurant life. But question of the day, crafting and building mechanics. Ah, so you're a fan of Minecraft. B, I hope you're having a good day.
Step up to red alert.
Sir, are you absolutely sure? It does mean changing the bulb.
Hell yeah, baby, Minecraft all day. I do love some Minecraft as well. Heading to bed, books. Sorry I've been in and out. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Speak soon. Eternal, have an amazing night, my friend. I hope that Greece was very, very, very relaxing for you. I know that you were quite tired and work was wearing you down quite a bit. So I hope you're doing well. Chat, could I please get some Quinn Z's for Eternal? Can I get some sleepy emotes? Can I get some salutes? Can I get some hypes? Just good vibes going towards the Eternal Arcade, and could I please get a shout out from one of our lovely moderators? If you are not yet following the Eternal Arcade, I highly recommend that you do so. He's an amazing content creator, a man after my own heart, giving a voice to the voiceless games, albeit with no voice acting. And love going his way, that's love going my way. Thank you very much. And he's also playing my favorite franchise in the world right now, which is Resident Evil. Actually, I shouldn't say favorite franchise in the world. It is one of my favorite franchises in the world. As you should be. As you should. You know what? I have some stuff to sell. So you know what I'm gonna do? I don't have the magic for it, though. Do I have Restore Magicka? I do not. Well, there's still a way for me to get back to Vardenfell. And that is... this way. So... let's travel back to our good friend, the Mudcrab Merchant. Let's move some items. So the Mudcrab Merchant is right around here, so I might honestly just walk. So we gotta go northbound.
I'm listening.
What is my way out of the city, though?
I'm listening. Speak freely, friend.
Okay, I think I'm just gonna jump out this way. There we go. Ah, there's the gate right there. It's by the boats. So yeah, we'll speed our way over to the Mudcrab Merchant. We'll sell some of these more significant items within our inventory. I suppose, I mean, honestly, I could just offload a bunch of stuff too, but we do need some gold. So let's get that in tow here. So we'll head over here. With our high movement speed, we're way down though, so our jumping isn't quite as ridiculous as it could be. But so there's the boat. So for those of you who are just entering chat and have not yet answered the question of the day is, generally speaking, what draws you into games? And for me, I said that it has to be a world that is unlike any other. And I've got a couple really good examples. So I've got three actually. My first example is from the first-person shooter genre, which is Halo: Combat Evolved. My second example is for the RPG genre, and that is Morrowind, the game we are playing today, obviously. And my last example... I think I'll go this way. My last example is from the Metroidvania genre, which is Hollow Knight. All these games have aesthetics, have vibes, I guess you could say, that are unlike anything else in their respective genres, and because of their existence in their respective genres, are copied a lot. There's our Mudcrab Merchant. There's our boy! And then, obviously, after I get into the game, the story becomes kind of my main consideration. Okay, now. He has 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold! And we must purchase some Sujamma off of him with our gold. So, I think we can manage... Oh, we can manage more than that, certainly. There we go. And... wait, I'm gonna take that out. So that goes to him. Because I'm purchasing it off of him. 80,000. Holy shit. You know what, we're just gonna do this. And then I'm still getting 19 grand. So I'm still getting, like, all of his gold. That is the mud crab trader, Reagan Rob. This is the mud crab merchant. Let's see. Let's try and move some other items instead. Take one back. Went up. Okay, that's the cost. So is this cost? This is cost to me. Okay, so this is currently cost to me. Okay. And now this is what I'm getting. Okay, cool. Okay, and now I've got 2,000. So now he holds... Wait, so that was... Did I actually make gold off of that? I don't think I did. I got rid of my items. So there's that. $18,870. Okay, and I definitely got rid of some Sujama there. And now he's got no gold, so I made gold. Okay, perfect. Making the mud crab merchant is just nuts. While you're at it, might as well have a scam merchant. My friend, what if I told you there was? I know you're being sarcastic, and so am I. Question of the day. A believable setting. Primarily. Which necessarily includes a well-thought-out political and religious context, which a lot of writers generally struggle with. Glad to say Morrowind delivers on that front in spades. Yes, that is where I was saying earlier in the stream, and nobody's really called me out on it, so I think I'm right. So, I think Morrowind is the game where the Elder Scrolls truly began as a franchise. I think this game is the true genesis point of the Elder Scrolls as we know it today. And the reason for that is because Daggerfall and Arena, while they are within the Elder Scrolls universe, are not earnestly showing the world of the Elder Scrolls, showing Tamriel in all of its nuance. And I think that Kirkbride, Howard, and the team in charge of the Elder Scrolls 3 set out on a mission when they made this game, and that mission is, how do we make a Elder Scrolls game that actually shows people what the Elder Scrolls is like? What the Kirkbride went back to Ted Peterson's writings and said, these are amazing, but why doesn't the world of Daggerfall or Arena show people how amazing this is? That was the fundamental question Kirkbride asked. Why is this amazing story that we already have? I'm holding it in my bloody hands. We have an amazing universe here. Why is that not in these games? Why is Daggerfall not showing this off? Why is Arena not showing this off? So the mission of Morrowind was to create that world and to show how strange and alien the world of Tamriel actually is. And luckily for us, they read a lot of great books like Dune, and those books had really fleshed out political hierarchies, and that ended up in the game. Yes, you are correct, since Michael Kirkbride and company completely rewrote the lore. I always tend to point towards the warp of the West, by example of Kirkbride. Yeah. And by the way, that's not to, like, upset people. You know, I'm not shitting on Daggerfall. It's actually become my second favorite game in franchise. I'm actually having such a good time in Daggerfall. But the fact remains that it didn't flesh out the world anywhere near as much. There you go. There's your booth. There's your booth. Did you go any graphical mods for that? No, I did not. My philosophy, Raygun, is that my first full playthrough of any game, and this is my first full playthrough of Morrowind. I've just kind of thrashed about in the world prior to this. In my first playthrough of any game, I always play the game as close to vanilla as I can get it. So this is OpenMW, no mods. Also, idea for a future question of the day. As you grow older, do you find it harder to relate to your younger protagonist and age-specific settings, i.e. high school? I'm gonna have to think about that one quite a bit. I would also caveat that as younger or older. I would say younger or older. Because if there's now generally, protagonists are younger. But if there's an older protagonist as well, that would also be kind of, as a 30-year-old man, can I relate to a 50-year-old man? Kind of thing. Very interesting question. I'm gonna have to think about that one for quite a while. So yeah, hopefully that answers your question, Ray. Okay, let's drop off a bunch of this stuff. Let's go to our chest real quick. Drop off a bunch of stuff. And then, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go get a bunch of training. I think I do want a bunch of training. Level up one more time. I think, let's see. My strength is 100, but that's because I have a bonus. So we can work to get higher strength. I might just take all of my armor off and see what I'm like without bonuses. And also, I think I'm gonna switch over to Ariel's bow. You know what? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna... Yeah, we're gonna switch over to Ariel's bow. So we're gonna do higher damage now. Because I don't need the enchantment of the Bow of Shadows anymore. And then... I think, yeah, you know what? I don't think I'm gonna rest. I think we'll just head back to, yeah. More gameplay, less thrashing about in the training rooms. We've let it go too far. We're now level 23 with this. And frankly, all of my, I guess, fundamental stats that are integral to my build, it's all been done, so don't need to go too crazy. Just need to unload as much as I can. Also, question for the chat. We still haven't gotten through the 36 lessons of Vivek. We've gotten through 10 of the 36 lessons. I am wondering if you guys would like basically a reading stream, I guess, where I go through all 36 lessons of Vivek. Reason being, Kirkbride is kind of a strange individual, and that's putting it lightly. But his writing and style for the lore of the Elder Scrolls it's very interesting, and I would say it's very integral to the understanding of the franchise going forward. And the 36 lessons of Vivek are very obfuscated in terms of that context. I think it's actually, like, there is a point to the 36 lessons of Vivek. It's not like they're pointless, but it's kind of discerning that meaning is difficult. Okay, now we can pull the books. But the reason I'm thinking of doing a reading stream as well is a cornerstone of the Elder Scrolls that is oftentimes overlooked is its lore and its lore books. The Elder Scrolls tonally is kind of silly, honestly. There's a lot of depth and there's a lot of serious tone to the Elder Scrolls. I'm not taking that away from it. But there's a lot here that is ridiculous, honestly. And it's interesting to explore. It is. Okay, so we can... Yes, the ads, yes. I'm so sorry. Now, I don't really need any more gold at this point, although I could go for some more. Gold, I don't think yeah, it doesn't weigh anything in Morrowind, so we are okay. Do have a bargain restore magicka. Put the Dwemer coins in here. Okay, Ariel's bow moved over. Bow of Shadows is now removed. We are now using Ariel's bow. And... okay, well, obviously we don't need fishing poles. Not required at all. Lots of restore health potions, so we're good for that. Okay, I think we're in good shape. Oh, I made it! Ho!
Where would you like to go?
Yes, the Bow of Shadows has done much work for us. Salutes to the Bow of Shadows. The wonderful, wonderful weapon that it is. Okay, let's travel to
Where would
Vivek.
you like to go?
Walk down Nebenhar. Oh, we are so much faster again.
And I say you better buy a goddamn book. And right away, damn it.
Raygun Rob, thank you so much for the sub with Prime, my friends. You only get one of those a month. I thank you so much for choosing to spend it with me here. I hope you enjoy the ad-free viewing. I hope you enjoy the custom channel emotes. And most of all, I hope that you continue to enjoy your stay in the game library. Thank you very much for the sub, my friend. Even with the silliest, the Elder Scrolls lore doesn't really out-silly real-life mythologies. It's alright. Yeah. No, you are right. Greek mythology is a meme. It's hilarious.
Ah, welcome. What may I do for you?
Also... Okay. Wait, there's a brake pedal? Da fuck?
You want something, friend?
I want to flag something for everyone here. So... within the Elder Scrolls, people, when they started playing Skyrim, said that, you know, what have they done to the Imperials of Oblivion? The Empire of Man in Cyrodiil in Oblivion has been just changed. Like, we went from medieval European armors in Oblivion to ancient Roman. This isn't within continuity. No, I would say Skyrim's actually a return to continuity. We're in Morrowind right now. That is an Imperial. That is an Imperial within the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. Skyrim is a return to form. It is not a divergence from the existing armors and, I guess, look within the Elder Scrolls franchise. The Imperials were originally of Asian origin when they first appeared in Ready. It's definitely, but as I said, right? So Redguard preceded Morrowind. No, nothing's wrong with Oblivion Guru. What I am saying is this. Everybody, when Skyrim came out, complained about the Imperials looking like Greco-Romans. And I would argue that Skyrim, within the mainline game continuity, is a return to form, not a divergence from it. We are in Elder Scrolls 3. This is an Imperial. It is not precisely Greco-Roman, but this is more Greco-Roman than it is European. Medieval European. So Skyrim, to me, and in terms of like the character models as well, I would say, right, is a return to form. It is not a divergence from it. That is the point I'm trying to make. Oblivion is the divergence. Oblivion is what made the major changes. And I'm not emotional one way or the other. I'm just saying that your complaints are kind of moot.
Justice never sleeps.
I have been Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna rest. I'll rest. I'll take the L on the level up. Whatever. Wonder if they will let me sleep in the guards' quarters. Pardon me. Let's go upstairs. Oblivion is the Divergent game because they try to give it a little more of a fantastical spin on the series. Opposed to the dark and brooding nature that Morrowind tends to have, they have gone and they might have gone a tad overboard. It's up to one's opinion on that discussion. Just got back. But I'm going to assume the fact that Cyrodiil was originally described as being a jungle area and not yeah, okay, so what I was... Poutine. My example was an Imperial in Greco-Roman armor in Morrowind. A big complaint people had in Skyrim was Greco-Roman armor on the Imperials. And I was saying that in the continuity of the mainline titles, it is Oblivion that is actually the Divergence. So Oblivion with its kind of Eurocentric armor set for the Imperial guards and whatnot is actually the Divergence. Skyrim and Morrowind aesthetically have more in common than Morrowind and Oblivion, and Skyrim and Oblivion. Oblivion is the odd duck between those three games. So it is 1 p.m. Okay, we'll take more speed. Take more endurance. Isn't the Imperial Legion armor very Roman looking in Oblivion? Other than the skirt on the armor, it is way, way more European. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And many armors in Europe were inspired by the Romans. The Lorica Segmentata was actually adopted by the Goths in a big way. Many Europeans fought in Roman legions as the empire spread. It's totally true. It is totally true. But if you're looking at similar look to similar look, Skyrim and Morrowind have more in common. I would agree the actual town guards look very... Yeah.
What do you want with me?
Okay, so we took a bit of an L on that level up, which is fine.
City of light. City of magic.
Yeah, like in Oblivion, I would say the breastplate, the gauntlets, the helmet, the boots, all of it looks very European. The helmets look like they're inspired by Bronze Age Greece, if anything. It's a bit of a mishmash. Absolutely, yes. You have come to meet Karod in battle. Good for you. I have mentioned to that Karod has never been defeated. Perhaps I hadn't. This is to be a fair fight. Use whatever weapons or spells are at your disposal. I wish you both luck. At least one of you will need it. None are to interfere, and you will begin on my command. Not yet. Holy shit, he's fast. Okay, set up my flow. Fuck. Holy shit, he is strong. I feel like I'm gonna run out of arrows. Okay, let's see. I mean, I do have, like, the fuck you arrows here. I do have my fuck you arrows, but I'd rather not use them if I can help it. My god. That's better. Starting to make a dent. Ooh, gotta stay focused here. Oh. Okay, he didn't actually hurt that bad. Thank God. Don't hit Helseth, please. Ooh. I'm kind of glad I switched to Ariel's bow, honestly. Woo. Okay, we are actually making a dent. This is going okay. Gonna be out of arrows, but it's going okay. Hold! I'm beaten. You are the greater warrior, Paige. Paige, you should speak now with my liege. Enough! I've seen you fight my champion, though I find it hard to imagine you have succeeded. I did not believe anyone could best Carrot, but you have shown me otherwise, and he speaks. There are depths to you, Paige, that I will fathom in time. For now, you have proven yourself to me. Okay, now where is... Was it plans for you?
Thank you for helping us put our house in order, Sarah.
Kerod says nothing. Ouch, my pride! Let's do another save here. Casually turns his back and walks away. Yeah, exactly. I'm impressed, Paige. None have ever defeated Kerod in battle, and I certainly didn't expect you to be the first. You continue to surprise me. You have proven your worth to me, as well as your loyalty. Take this as a token of my faith in our friendship. It was my father's ceremonial dagger, and I place it now in your possession. Do not disgrace his memory, Paige. Now, let us discuss my plans for you. As I am certain you know, Mournhold is one of the seats of power for the Tribunal. The goddess Amalexia resides here, in her temple, surrounded by her high ordinators. I have no great love for Amalexia, her ordinators, or the Tribunal of which she is part. In light of recent events, I believe it is time to gather more information about them. The attack on Mournhold was as unexpected to me as it was destructive to the city, and I make it my business to remain forewarned of this sort of event. Many believe the attacking creatures to have been Dwemer constructs, but we know now that it is not the case. These creatures were beyond anything dreamt of by the dwarves, creatures it would take the power of a god to create. I would like you to learn more about the attacks. I believe that the only person who might shed more light on this situation is Amalexia herself. All indications are that these creatures must be the constructs of Sothasil, and only Amalexia is likely to have information about him. I wish for you to speak to her, learn the suspect, Learn what she knows about the creatures and report to me. There is no reason for the goddess to suspect that you and I may be allied. Use this to your advantage. Do not approach me again until you have learned all that you can.
Thank you for helping us put our house in order.
To Amalexia!
Temple Courtyard.
Come, bathe in the light of my mercy.
Greetings, page. It is good to see you again. Dear Phaedrus has told me more about your work so far here in Mournhold. He suggested I might find your services useful. After some consideration, I've decided that there may be a task for you to complete. Since the horrendous attack on the city, there have been some alarming developments. One of the most troublesome has been a cult that has recently formed, led by a young Dunmer named Enno Romari. They call themselves the End of Times. In these troubled times, I fear that the cult is gaining popularity. Very little is known about them yet, but there is one very disturbing fact we have learned. Many of their members have been found dead. Thank you, Raygun. At least 7 of them have been found so far, all dead, all in their homes. It appears they ingested a strong poison, and not even my magics could revive those who were found. We must find out what drives this group, and rid my city of their presence. Speak with Marilyn Othan at the Great Bazaar. Her brother Seville was one of those found. Learn what you can about them, page, and of this Enno Romari. Take care with them, though. The words of a martyr cry louder than those of a zealot. Oh, I see. Yeah. Just Poutine and Mouth is talking. Okay, so Great Bazaar. Let's zoom in a little bit more here. So that's God's Reach. So Great Bazaar is over here. Okay, so Marilyn Othan in the Great Bazaar. Her brother was one of the dead cultists.
I suppose I have a... Do you?
Greetings, how may I help you? Found dead? Yes, my dear brother was found dead not long ago. I think it was poison, probably given to him by Enno Romari and those sick Ends of Times lunatics. A lunatic, page. You'll often find him outside the Winged Guar spouting his nonsense to passers-by, and to the drunks stumbling out of the tavern. They are a suicide cult, plain and simple. Their beliefs are destructive, heretical, and frightening to me. I don't know how my brother ever got involved with them. I'm beginning to see them all over the city, but you'll most often find them in God's Reach outside the Winged Guar.
I had.
Well, we have our marching orders then. Plaza. Here, sorry, just gotta scroll back in chat. Isn't... Sorry, just scrolling back. No, Roman helmets didn't have the nose guard. IIRC, they were much more open. As well as the design of the belt for whatever that is component would be called. So, Malthus, I'm trying to just, not really sure what your argument is in regard to the Imperials of Skyrim and Morrowind versus the Imperials of Oblivion. So, for me, personally, it's a mishmash, right? I would argue that Oblivion is still the oddity within the continuity of Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. I think Morrowind and Skyrim have more in common in terms of look than... Yeah, I gotta go this way then. Than Oblivion and Morrowind and Oblivion and Skyrim. The full breastplate, the plate gauntlets, the plate boots, really the only thing that looks kind of similar to Greco-Roman armors is the possibly parts of the helmet, and still not really the helmet, honestly, but the belt. The belt of the lower part of the armor, I would say, is kind of Romanesque. But ultimately it is very much a mishmash. Like, even in this game, I wouldn't say it's 100% Greco-Roman. Nap is complete. Necro, welcome back.
My greetings and blessings upon you. I am Eno Romari. How may I help you in your journey through this life?
The end of times.
We are a peaceful group dedicated to relieving the suffering all are feeling in these troubled times. I teach my followers the way to enlightenment through understanding of what is happening in our world and what is to come in the next.
It's bothering my throat today.
All of my people know the importance of preparedness for the coming troubles, and we are willing to make great sacrifice for our cause.
I guess maybe they're closer to hoplites from ancient Greece, though they're not fully armored either. Yeah. I think, yeah, the best way to put it is Oblivion is the closest to older European armors, but it still isn't 100% of the way there. And Morrowind and Skyrim are the closest to more ancient, classical world armors. And it's still not 100% of the way there. I think that's kind of a good, middle ground statement to make. Perhaps I was a little zealous. I'm arguing that aside from Skyrim and in parts of perhaps Morrowind, Oblivion does not resemble Romans or Greek soldiers. Oblivion feels more... Oh, yeah, okay, so you and I agree. My journal has been updated. I've spoken to Eno Romari about the End of Times cult. They believe the power of the Tribunal is faltering, that a new and frightening age is coming to all of Tamriel.
Come, bathe in the light of my mercy.
What have you learned about this End of Times cult and their beliefs? Have you served me well in gathering this information? I believe I did, yeah. Eno Ramari. I guess I need more info.
It's a strippy trick.
But when you look at Imperial soldiers in Morrowind, more so in the forts, their helmets very much resemble Roman ones. Yeah, absolutely. And actually I would say their breastplate, while not 100% of the way there, does have bits of Lorica segmentata in it. It's kind of there. Just not 100%. Beliefs. In Morrowind, yes. In Morrowind. Yeah, no, in Oblivion, it's, or sorry, in Skyrim, it's kind of like, oh, I forget the name of the armor, but they're light armor, the kind of leather with, like, chain shoulders. That looks kind of like a Roman armor that exists. I forget the name of it. And then their heavy armor does not. Like, it's basically just like a shoulder. Lorica Hamata, yes. Very much like Lorica Hamata. Their actual, like, heavy armor, though, it's kind of more of, like, just, like, heavy shoulders. You do have, what is it? It's the secret police in Skyrim. During the Dark Brotherhood quest line, they kind of have a formed breastplate that is very similar to what the Greeks would wear. Yeah, the Penitus Oculus, yes. They have a very kind of Greek style muscle cuirass, yeah, basically. There is like an actual name for it from ancient Greece, but I don't remember.
Our beliefs are very simple, dear friend. The blessed tribunal, though once filled with glory, are no longer the gods they once were. As with the tides and Tamriel's moons, all cosmic powers will wax and wane. But when gods die, it creates ripples throughout the lands. The passing of the three will be a prelude to the end of this era and the beginning of the next. The followers of the end times are making ourselves ready for what is to happen. We realize that the end of the era will bring many changes. We believe that the gates of oblivion will open, and the multitude of Daedra will roam this world freely. Some might tell you that this is a good thing, that we are descended from the Daedra, and it will be a return to the natural order of things. I know differently, though. The coming age will be a time of great horror. The Daedra princes are not our ancestors. They are, nor are they our allies. They will wash over the land, destroying all man and mer have built over these thousands of years. The only protection from this scourge will be our true ancestors that have gone before us and watch over us even now. Many of our followers choose to participate in the cleansing, to prepare the way for the rest of us. It is a sacrifice, to be sure, but it is for the greater good.
That is not good for your voice. I know how to do it safely. So, I'll get into it afterwards. There is a safe way to do what I'm doing. If you care to know the safe way to do what I'm doing, I can tell you.
It is a glorious ritual, friend Page. Our followers cleanse themselves of all their troubles, all of their burdens here on this earth. They send themselves ahead to the ancestors, spreading our word, making ready for when we shall join them in our fight against the Daedric hordes.
So, I don't know, in Spoon Mage, would you like to know how to safely do the Dunmer voice? I've kind of talked about this previously on stream. I've discussed kind of how I accomplish this tone, but, yeah, I'm not sure. Is anyone interested in how to do the Dunmer voice? Necro. There's always a way. When there's a will, there's a way. But, yeah, I've done... In my past, I've done extreme vocals. I'm more interested in what Necro has to do. Sure, I'm assuming it's the finger placement you were just... No. Yes and no. So this is to merely hold tension on my vocal folds so that I can
I can do the Dunmer voice without having my finger placed here. But when I place it here, it puts the muscles in a far more easy position to maintain the tone. But I can do the tone without it. It's just a little bit harder, and it fluctuates a lot more.
The safe way to do the voice, the safe way to achieve the Dunmer voice, is... There's actually not a lot of resources on this, because really, like, who wants to do what I'm doing? But the way to accomplish this is going to other kind of extreme vocal practices. One of them is Mongolian throat singing, and the other one is extreme vocals within metal music. And that is how I achieve a safe performance when I do the Dunmer voice. So within metal vocals, the main key is to make sure that you're warming up, right? So the warm-ups within metal vocals are going to be very much making sure that you're getting proper blood flow and you're getting the muscles accustomed to the amount of abuse they're going to take. Because it is abusive, right? We obviously don't speak in that way. But lip trills, clean singing exercises, tongue twisters, all of these things are very good to warm up your natural speaking voice, essentially, and warm up your clean singing voice. So, the Dunmer voice focuses on the sigh, right? You're focusing on prolonging that tone, right? And eventually you're going to get to the point where you could start saying words while using that kind of
I'm here, talking like Dunmer.
And you can just stretch that out and you can just say words on top of that. Now, Mongolian throat singing is kind of a similar idea. It's just a different tonality. So, Mongolian throat singing is taking that kind, and I'm not a good Mongolian throat singer, by the way, by any means, but it's kind of like taking that kind of resonance and adjusting your palate to create resonances that kind of fit more within the... Is that the hue? No. I'm not good at this by any means. But with Mongolian throat singing, you have that kind of like, I think that is a different noise for the Mongolian throat singing, but but I know what you, yeah, exactly. I'm not good at this. I'm just saying that it's getting the frequency, right? But it's the same logic. It's the same kind of practice that gets you to the tonality of the Dunmer voice. So to study Mongolian throat singing and to study extreme metal vocals gets you to a point where you can safely
do this all of the time. And sometimes there's minor irritation and I will cough a little bit, but largely this is safe.
And make sure you're drinking your water. Hydration is another massive key. Imagine being new to the stream now. Yeah, whatever. Voice acting's in the titles, guys. Voice acting is in the title.
What may I do for you, my child?
How am I supposed to eat this pizza without my drink?
Point taken. Point taken. I am hydrating. But yeah, all that to say, Spoon Mage, and anyone else who is concerned for my speaking voice when I do this, it sounds painful, and it's definitely, like, you know, not comfortable. Singing with metal vocals is not comfortable either. But it is safe. Because I give myself the proper amount of vocal rest and everything like that. Okay. What have you learned about these end times cult and their beliefs? Have you served me well in gathering this information? They will not continue to exist in my city. Beliefs. They would dare? So, the tribunal has lost its power, has it? These fools would dare question Amalexia's power here in her city. I will give them a lesson in power, Paige, and you will be my agent. These fools must be reminded of the true power of a god. Since the attack on the city, much of my own power has been spent caring for my people. The number of wounded has been astronomical, and caring for them has been taxing to even me. Still, I must demonstrate to these people what it is to mock the will of a god. You will travel to the ruins of Ban's Abshend to activate God. Power of a god, I got it.
Lay down your weapon.
It is not too late for my mercy.
Come and look upon my heart. Upon my heart. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence.
Sorry, tried to time it as you were finished. No, all good.
Kill a god. Shame on you, sweet Zarabar. I'm a god. I'm a god.
You will travel to the ruins of Ban's Abshend and activate the Karstag's Beharn. Loosely translated, the Weather Witch. At its height, the Dwemer civilization was masterful in the use of machinery. In a time of drought, Dwemer scholars were commissioned to create a machine that would bring rain to their lands. They created the Karstag's Beharm. Its existence was little more than a myth until recently, when the ruins opened beneath my city. I wish for you to activate the machine. Make it to create ash storms in Mournhold. Then these heretics will know the power of Amalexia. Oh, by the way, if you guys want to clip anything in the chat, ! Clip will automatically clip things. Nerevar, I fucking love Dwemer ruins. That is correct. While these storms may be common on the island of Vardenfell, they do not occur here. so far removed from the Red Mountain. Now, though, they will. And these heretics will understand the power of the Tribunal, the power of Amalexia. Take this and use it to activate the machine. You will have to divine its workings on your own, Paige, but I believe you are up to the task. So basically, you're confirming you have no power. Basically, you are showing that you sick. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna take all these guys down. Ooh, you're beefy boys. Well, when you put it like that. Oh, shit, they were actually hitting me. Fuck. Shit. One sec. Un moment, chat. Your boy fucked up. He didn't save enough. But I know exactly what to do now.
What may I do for you, my child?
All right, let's go. No Romari. Okay, perfect. This away. Save our game. Now we can go to the Grand Bazaar, we can have the conversation, and then we're back to where we were. Gotta make sure I have enough stamina. Let's see. Beliefs, there we go. There we are.
Many blessings upon you, my loyal servant.
There we go. Journal has been updated. And now we're good to go. Ooh, there it is. That is. Okay, we're going to go into sneak mode. And we will save our game. Hurts. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna kick it old school with these fools. Oh, missed. think it was just the sheer volume of arrows coming at me. One of these guys is very high level. Yeah, he's taking tons of damage. Okay, now let's pop some of these potions here. These back. Shock darts. Sure, we'll take all that. We'll take it all. You have some arrows, thank you. Definitely gonna need those, I'm down to 45 of them. But I believe we took down everything else in the area. The Hall of the Winds. Oh, hello. Can't actually get to me, so this is kind of... The utility of doing what I'm doing right now is kind of dubious. But as you could see, I'm very invested in the combat as... I'm fighting him with one hand tied behind my back. There we go. Return my arrows unto me. Thank you. Nothing back from him. Yes, you're right, I am a liar. Yes. You've caught me red-handed. Okay, that's the Hall of the Winds. Alright, we have to activate Schlinken Schleften Fleften. Keep moving. You know what? I'm gonna have to fix my bow soon. It's taking loads of damage. Not dealing damage very well either. Oh! Yes, I would like to load my game. Holy schlitz. Wow! During a battle. Alright, well fine, I'll get out of the battle. There we are. Now back to it. Okay, I am hidden. At least you pronounced the Dwemer Rune's name right. It's Kuklingen Blingen Kuklingen Schningenschleft. Yes. Absolutely. And now we're sneaking away to the other ruins of... That's a sub-dialect of Dwemer. Some people say it sounds like clearing your nose, but there is intent to be discerned, I assure you. Excuse me. take a Journeyman Armor's Hammer. Why not? Dwemer airship plans. Old Dwemer book. Paper, Dwemer coin. We're definitely taking that. Okay, so the airship plans are going to be very useful, I assume. Woo! Can't get through the door, you're too big and stupid. Which means I win. Victory is mine. And mine alone. Okay. So, there's some other plans we're going to be needing. So let's look at these airship plans. So I can't actually read them. That is unfortunate. These old Dwemer books are not useful to me. Satchel pack. And we have the collapsed rocks. So, okay, so backseat gamers of the chat. Here is my assumption, based on what we are seeing here. I'm assuming that I have to get the big bonk machine functional again, and that will clear the cavernous rocks that are over here and get me to the next area of the dungeon. And there I will find the information I need. That is my supposition. That is what I think. But I don't know. One second. Sorry, something just occurred to me. Interesting. Maybe don't make them look like flour next time. Okay, Dragon's confirming what I just did. I've seen at least 2 other streamers struggle with this part. The satchel charges are very easy to miss. And, like, this is the thing, right? Is I should have these instincts by now, honestly. You need to read. I need to actually, like, scroll over stuff with my cursor so I can actually read what it is. It was a cocaine bomb. Me being a Fallout 2 veteran, I knew exactly what to do. As is standard for Fallout 2 veterans. Make everything explode. If there's something in your way, bomb. Something not in your way, bomb. Someone who doesn't like you, bomb. Take you down. Please give me some arrows back. Thank you. I'm gonna run out of arrows. This is gonna be close. It's gonna be tight. Need to go buy some silver arrows soon. That's not what I want. I want to see more of what this area has to offer. Which might be nothing. Might be nothing. But there is always a chance for something. Nothing says good eating like gross incompetence and high-powered explosives. Look, they just let me out of this vault. No instructions, no nothing. And expected me to be a good citizen? Joke's on you. I'm a protagonist in an RPG, which means I'm a sociopath with a long history of violence. And if anyone has anything else to say other than that, they need to play Skyrim. Or frankly, any RPG. Ooh! Oh, great heavens! Oh, now we know how you pass your time, Baron. Amazing. Okay, well the darts work with my marksmanship skill, so I can always use those if I need. Dwemer's stuff in this game is just so pretty. Like, such nice looking weapons in this game. There we go. Off with his head! Ads are dropping soon, guys. I will be taking another ad break when ads drop, as we have now been through another 2 hours of the stream. So I do need a little bit of food. Need to hit the loo. I recommend that when ads drop in about 20 seconds, you guys do the same. Stretch your legs, grab some food. Grab a tasty beverage of whatever sort. Okay. I'm out of his range. Perfect. Wasting arrows. Don't be doing that, books. Don't be wasting arrows. Wasting arrows is bad. There we go. Now I believe that's all the security this place has. Again, none back. None. Okay, I'm just gonna go collect my arrows and then we will take our ad break. Ooh, that is unfortunate. Okay. Saving our game. And I will leave you with the lovely vistas of this Dwemer dungeon. We'll see you when ads are over. Alrighty, welcome back from ads, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We do 3 minutes of ads every hour to avoid pre-rolls from Twitch. So I thank you for your patience, as it does help the stream out a lot. Now, let's figure out this puzzle here. So... Ooh, I ate that chicken too fast again. Woo! Throat's all messed up. Okay, so why does it let me... Why does it let me go down here? Okay. This seems almost... I'm thinking this is redundant. I'm thinking that... I truly need to be messing around here. Place Dwemer Korher in the junction box. I don't have one. I can get one. Okay, I need to get one. So let's see. I did see one. Yep. Right there. Too easy. So I just noticed there's a new integration of sorts on game category pages. Looks like IMDb, but for games. IGDB. Or at least I assume that's new. Is that on... Like, you're clearly not referring to Twitch. Like, this is just, like, another page, right? My journal has been updated. I found the Karstag's Baharn, and I was able to activate it. From deep within these ruins, it will be difficult to tell what effect it has on the city above. If you go to the site, it has a oh, I see. Login with the Twitch button. That's interesting. So, what is... You're educating me right now, Poutine. So what is the function of this? What is the reason one would use it? And why is it integrated with Twitch? I'll have to do some research on that. Okay, I think this is my way. Yeah, this is my way out. Oh, shit. Shit. Not good. Alright. Whew. I'm not really sure. I suppose you'd use it the same way you'd use IMDb, for making lists of games and checking their overall score, and reading reviews and such. Oh, I still don't... I'm not sure why that would integrate Twitch, though. The gates cannot be... Oh, that's Mournhold gates. I went the wrong way.
What may I do for you?
In my wisdom, I have sent you to activate the Karstag's Baharn. Tell me you have accomplished this task for your goddess. I see you have restarted the machine, but that's not what I asked for. This weather is not uncommon in this city. Only an ash storm will show these people my true power. Okay. So, ash storms in Mournhold. So need to turn it into an ash storm. Launched in 2014 but acquired by Twitch in 2019. Things look promising. There are no women here. There are no women here. Almalexia has been abandoned. There are no women here. The woman wants an ash storm, we're gonna give it to her. Okay, so we've activated the machine. Now we have to find a way to make ash of it. Let's see. She is my toxic ex. Nerevar, this is why I killed you. You never gave me ash storms when I asked. Not really as many reviews on it as I would have thought. Well, probably because nobody knows about it. I didn't know about it. People are using pages like rank 1. Okay, so there's big devices here. Let's grab a couple of pieces here. Just in case. Holy oh my god! Holy shit! Just in case there was any standing damage, took like all of the potions. Holy fuck, that damage! That was immense. With Steam being such a conglomerate, I don't foresee other sites being very yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The Hall of Whales. I find it funny how your character can consume plants, mushrooms, gems, and scrap metal. It's organic. It's from the earth. It's good for you. Interesting. This isn't... yeah, this isn't going anywhere.
Nerevar, are you in the Hall of Whales? You know that is where I keep my list of Dunmer baddies as well as my exes. Same concept, really. Anyways, off to make some more sweet rolls. I'm up to 24 in one day, but I'm running out of pineapple juice.
Oh, God. Does it make them taste better? I hear it makes them taste better. That's fair. That is fair. For fuck's sake. Thanks. Interesting. Alright, there we go. This looks Daedric to me. The Renendur. Enjoy the lurk, dragon. This looks Daedra. Fuck, I'm out of arrows. I'm very low on arrows. This is not good. Teeth that gnash. She wanted ash clouds. I have a feeling she's gonna get them. Alright. The Grand Stair. And this is just a plain old door. Fuck. Okay, 3 arrows for these boys. How many for Tubby over here? Let's go, buddy. No arrows back. 1 arrow back. Oh my god. 3 arrows back. Oh, thank god. I'm running very low. Let's see. Herald!
Come to me through
The madhouse has come to the game library. Welcome in, Raiders. If I have a mod in chat, could I please get a shout out to Harold, the motherfucking Hatter, my resident madman, who I love so dearly. Mafia 3, alright.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god?
By the way, Raiders, when the Dagoth Wave plays, we dance. I want your hype emotes. I want everything.
I'm a god. I'm a god.
Raiders, welcome to the game library where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin, and I'm so glad that you are here today. Harold, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. And thank you for the giant dancing. Things look promising. There are no women here. Probably not, knowing Twitch's demographia. But you never know. You never know. Alright, Raiders. Welcome to the game library where we give a voice to the voiceless games. That means that we play story-driven games that are obscured from the mainstream conversation. Crows is here. Crows is here. I'm always wrong, by the way. Crows knows this. Crows knows this. I'm always wrong. We focus on story-driven games that are obscured from the mainstream conversation around gaming, and the voice is me. These games are generally older, and generally they have little to no voice acting. So, I have taken it upon myself to provide the voiceover live for these games. Harold, Mafia 3, how was it? How are you doing? And by the way, Raiders, if you have to raid and run, you come first. Make sure you're grabbing your food, grabbing your water, getting your sleep. You come first. I am merely a pillar of community and an entertainer should you need it. Mrs. Books knows you are normally wrong, is it? Yep. Oh, it stings, but it's true. It's great, I'm loving it. Love how chaotic I can be in Mafia games. It is so fun. I've never played one. Not once. Not a single Mafia game. I could not even help Harold stay alive in this. Look, you don't have to be a good gamer to be a streamer. I should know. I am awful. You should see me play Thief. Oof. Duchess, welcome in. And by the way, any raiders hopping in right now, I should say hello to each and every one of you lovely people. I believe everybody who popped into the chat has been a recipient of a hello. Crows, Duchess, and Harold. Yes, okay, perfect. Bro, you need to play Mafia 1. You will be hooked and want to finish the series.
A new hand touches the
Fearodon,
beacon.
thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the game library. Obviously, if you want to hang back and lurk, that is completely fine. But, oh, you did hop into chat. All right, we are a lovely bunch, so I think you'll enjoy chat. Not the PTSD! Yes, yes. That is why it is here. You need to feel what I felt. Your voice is awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's my genetics. As many of the members of chat know, I actually had a long period of my life where I hated my voice. There's this phenomenon that occurs when people criticize, I guess, aspects of your person, my voice being the one. You change it. You change these aspects of yourself, and I didn't speak in my natural kind of timbre for a very, very long time. I kind of raised my voice and spoke a little bit more like this, and I made sure that none of the rasp or anything like that kind of came through in my voice. I tried very, very hard to be very soft-spoken and make sure that nobody was really intimidated by the way that I spoke. But I naturally speak like this. This is my natural voice. It is boomy, it is resonant, and it annoyed people. So I changed it for many, many years, and now I've accepted myself. I am loving myself every single day, a little bit more every day, and we're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Oh, fuck the bullies. That is a great... Yeah, but you know what? It is, it wasn't the bullies. It was friends, it was family, it was people that I trusted that were saying these things about me. And, you know, I don't know what the reasons were, honestly, but it ended up being, yeah, it ended up just being one of those things. I changed for those people, and now I'm unlearning, and the stream has been a really, really big part of that. Books, those are still bullies. True. That is true, but the context does matter. All right, Raiders, you have come not just for my lovely face and my lovely voice. You're also here to enjoy some Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. So let's get back into it. That is the stuff you internal... Absolutely. So we are currently playing the Tribunal DLC. I don't know how many of the raiders coming in are Scrolls heads. Judging that you are an audience of Mafia 3
Alright, fine,
viewers,
just for the only buck.
Just for the only buck. People found me so incredibly sexy that just made me feel like a piece of meat, and only loved me for my Adonis-like physique. So I thickened myself so that people saw that I was more than a toy boy. Actually, it's so funny. You're obviously taking the piss, Harold, but fuck. Just for the only books. You thought the only books was for me? No, it was for Harold. Harold is the main star of the only books. You pay for me, but you get Harold. I thicken thy filth. Your manliness threatened them. Handsome face, deep voice, and things associated with it.
Screw the rules, I have money.
I wish I did. I wish I was like Kaiba. I wish I had a blue eyes white dragon. And money to match. Locker, welcome to the chat, my friend. I hope you're having an amazing day. Hope you had a good weekend. I hope your Sunday has been fantastic. Tell me everything. How have you been? Oh, there's a texture issue. Okay, somebody's gotta get in touch with Bethesda. You gotta fix your game. Amateurs. Every single one of them. Ooh, hello. I don't have enough arrows for your shit. Also, you're a plumber. Fuck, too many possible... too many cliches. I was lost, it was nice. You were lost. Well, we were raided by Lost earlier today, so... Not... Did you raid with Lost, or... Were you actually lost? And if so, what was the adventure? What... Oh, that's what you meant. You were with Lost. Okay, yeah. I'm understanding. I understand. Okay, let's find another chamber here. What do we have? I heard noises. What is here? But where? I know you're here, but where? I might be a Scrolls nerd, but I've never actually played Morrowind. You know, this is the... Oh, hello. You have arrows! Give them to me! Give me your arrows now. Oh, yeah! Yes. I need them. Oh, hello. Great ancestor. Don't make me hurt you. You're the great ancestors. I'm gonna get some weird curse from ancient herpes or something. I don't want what you have. Please be an archer.
He's trying to provoke me here?
I am trying to provoke you. I'm sorry for what you just saw, chat. Otherwise, I should be on a work trip in the US, so my wife and my daughter's scheduled girls' trip. Work trip was cancelled. So here I am. All on my own, watching Twitch and game. What are you gaming on right now? What are you playing? Question of the day. I love open world aspects of games. I also love history-themed games, so the combination of the two really makes me eager for the game. Books trying to say a thing. Old man herpes and... Yeah, there we go. So, Crows. Why have you never played Morrowind? Before I go on some sort of tirade, why have you never played Morrowind? I have my suppositions, but... And there's also, like, standard reasons why people don't play Morrowind. Oh, there's so many arrows here. This is just the juice in my juice box. So good. I love it. Yeah, why haven't you played Morrowind? This is a great game. It's the best game. Crows is just like, why are they yelling at me? I came here for a good time and you're just screaming.
The audacity of this bitch.
Alright, throw my iron arrows on. There we go. Sixth hours. Specifically the 6th hour, Crows. Specifically. I got to the series too late, so Oblivion was my first, and Morrowind felt too old by the time I tried it. So you have tried it. But you couldn't get into the game. So, Crows, a recommendation, if I may. Fuck's sakes. Yes, attack me. Damn me. Damn me. Oh, nothing fancy, mainly some FIFA. FIFA! These arrows weigh too much? Could it be the arrows? I don't think it's the arrows. Let's get rid of the cogs. Weight of 5. Yeah, Dwemer cogs. You know, sometimes, chat, your cog just weighs too much, and you have to get rid of it. No? Nobody's touching that? Okay. I couldn't with the fight, I see. You know, hard to play competitive online games with 5-year-old looking for attention, so I have to take my chances. Yeah, I definitely am not a fan of, like, sports games or online competitive games. I'm very much a single-player RPG experience kind of guy. It's my thing. As you might be able to tell. I cut my teeth on the Might and Magic RPGs of the 90s. In your dreams. Yeah, so one of Morrowind's main issues with a lot of people is, I don't think it's the age of Morrowind that gets to people. There's plenty of games that look like Morrowind, and actually for the time, I would say, Morrowind actually looks pretty good. I would say it's a fairly attractive game for the time. I'm playing Thief right now, kind of a similar shtick, similar idea, and I think, yeah, the real reason people can't stay in Morrowind, can't stick with the game world, is because of the leveling mechanics and the combat of the game. I think it's just too much for some. And I would argue to those people, I would make this earnest plea to those people. If you have a PC, get OpenMW and give it another try. That is my plea. And even if you do not have OpenMW, I would say get an original Xbox edition, get it on, I think it's actually on Game Pass. I think you can actually get it for, like, the Series X or whatever they are on right now. You can give Morrowind another try. And you know what? It's okay not to like Morrowind, but I think you need to really give Morrowind time to get out of its own way, level up a few times, and get it to the point where the combat, while not amazing, and it never will be, give it you know, give it a moment. Yeah, like being in a 3D space and hitting enemies, but not having their attacks really land, yeah, yes. But now, I'm at the point, thanks for mentioning OpenMW, I'll try it. OpenMW gives you the ability to mod the game, and actually, okay, you mentioned the combat. So, what I'm doing right now doesn't actually look that bad. As you can see, I'm landing every hit. Every single arrow I loose hits. But, my marksman skill is over 100. I am guaranteed hits through my stats. My agility, my speed, my strength, all of these stats are culminating into guaranteed hits. But it took me to like level 15 to get to that point. But for many, of course, it stops being anywhere as much of a problem once you raise your agility and weapon skills, and you know, don't fight with low fatigue. But for many people, they don't feel like grinding out their skills and attributes to get to that. Absolutely, absolutely. RPGs are my other genre, but currently looking Currently nothing that grabs my attention. Baldur's Gate 3 finished. Starfield and Dragon Age Inquisition lost me. Also, I can play this game with disruptive elements in the flat. Go back. You know, you don't need new games. That is kind of a point that I've been making to a lot of people these days. Is if you don't like the modern state of gaming, that's okay, right? I shook myself by shaking my head. It's okay not to like the modern state of gaming. Because there are so many games that have come before. You can still be an invested gamer and not be playing contemporary titles. That's kind of the camp I would put myself in. I, generally speaking, do not play many new games unless they really, really grab me. It's so fucking miserable even get there. The game isn't fun. I won't stick. And that's totally fair. That is totally fair. But I still ask, you know, Crows, you've established your opinion. And I respect it. I'll lurk to let the family know I'm alive, but lurking. Okay, Harold, thank you very much. And thank you for the raid, by the way. Could I get another shout out to Harold the Hatter? Oh, hello. Starmark33, welcome in, Raiders. How are you today? I hope you are doing well. Could I please get a shout out for Starmark33? New friends. Or perhaps old friends. Maybe my memory is not working. But I don't believe we've met yet, Starmark.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god?
Chat, you know what to do. Take off replays, we dance.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Therabar. I'm a god. I'm a god.
Raiders, welcome to the game library where we give a voice to the voiceless games. What does that mean? That means we focus on story-driven games that are kind of obscured from the mainstream conversation around gaming, and the voice is me. I do a little bit of voice acting in these older games to make sure.
Well, the moon and star come to
I'll
meet
hold for a moment.
war.
Chat, could I please get a shout out from Mr. Rainlight, and could I please get a raid reaction from the crowd?
Lay down your weapon.
I came in with Harold. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. That's how you spend your points. That's how you spend your points.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Therabar. I'm a god. I'm a god.
Rainlight, my man! My friend. And Raiders, welcome to the game library where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin and I'm so glad that you are here today. In this channel, we are a variety streamer and we focus on story-driven games that are obscured from the mainstream conversation around gaming. And the voice is me. I do a little bit of voice acting in games that tend to have little to no voice acting and make them a little bit more interesting for the modern audience. Today, we are playing The Elder Scrolls number 3, Morrowind. A little less obscure, but frankly speaking, I am trying to go full-time as a content creator, so I need to bridge the gap between absolutely ridiculously obscure and mainstream enough that I can actually gain an audience and grow the channel. So, Rainlight and Starmark, we just had a double raid, Rain, so I'm kind of dividing my focus a little bit. I gotta scroll back in the chat here and see what the hell you guys were playing. Rain, I know that you've been playing Dark Souls 3. How is that playthrough going for you, my friend? I struggle with the Souls games. I like them, they're fun, but I get my ass absolutely handed to me. And Starmark was playing some Morrowind, a fellow Elder Scrolls aficionado. Be an obscure mainstream. I mean, that is a niche. That is a niche, and I kind of fit. Starmark, Morrowind, what is, you a long-term fan? Is this your first playthrough? Tell me more. Nice Vardenfell map on the wall. Yes, yeah. I've got Cyrodiil down here. I just got my Oblivion Collector's Edition. So I've got Cyrodiil. I appreciate the follow, my friend. And by the way, I got another follow. Varial, thank you much. Thank you much for the follow. Welcome to the game library, and I hope you enjoy your stay. If you have to hang out and lurk, totally understand. But I do invite you to come join the chat. We are a lovely bunch. So, Books, did you beat any of the Souls games? I have never beaten a single Souls game. I got to Gravelord Nito in Dark Souls 1. That is the closest I've gotten to beating a Souls game. I played every single one. I've played every single one, but I've never beaten one. I do need to head off to get ready for sleepy times. Starmark, thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it very, very much. Thank you for trusting me with your community. I will do my best to take care of your peeps until the end of the stream. It is pretty far. It is pretty far. I've basically beat the game. I got past the 4 kings. I got to Gravelord Nito. It's definitely, again, I know enough to know that I absolutely adore the universe of Dark Souls. I very much enjoy the games. I just, like, get my butt kicked so bad. I was expecting to say I got to Pursuer in Dark Souls 2 and then called it there. No, I like to meet the games in the middle. I do spend time in the games. I try really hard. And eventually I probably will do a Dark Souls playthrough. It's just, it doesn't... I'll be candid with you guys, right? So my niche that I've kind of shoehorned myself into is giving a voice to the voiceless games, right? Obscure titles. Titles that nobody else really streams. Titles that don't get a lot of attention on Twitch, don't get opened on Steam very often. Those games are my games. And I feel very passionate about that goal, right? But eventually, I am going to get to a point with this community where you guys are going to be asking me to play games that are a little bit less obscure. And I have to kind of wrestle with that and decide if I'm going to play games like Dark Souls 1, if I'm going to foray into those worlds, because Dark Souls 1 is actually a fairly aged game at this point. But it still has a very fervent player base, and frankly, Dark Souls 1 is one of a lot of streamers within the, I guess, gaming space use Dark Souls 1 as one of their growth games because it still has a very avid community. But yeah, summoning stream viewers as phantoms for boss fights might be a fun way of, yeah, it's true, it is true. Well, I've beaten Demon's Souls, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 3, and I started on Elden Ring playthrough around its launch, but haven't returned to it as of yet. I also started to run through Dark Souls 2, but I decided for my first playthrough, it was within the company of champions. I stuck with it for a while, but I don't believe I will get that far. I can logically see why people like Dark Souls 2, but it's up there as my most hated game. I'm with you. I can see why people struggle with Dark Souls 2 as, like, it is very starkly different from the rest of the games within the continuity. I've kind of talked about this before on stream where Demon's Souls, Dark Souls 1, and Dark Souls 3 are like oil paintings. And then you've got Dark Souls 2, which has been painted in watercolor for some reason. You know, like, it's that kind of like, oh. All right. It's jarring, right? But it was from a different team, you are correct, yes. Oh, beat Dark Souls. Yeah. No, not me. It's the health punishment thing. Game punishing you for being bad at it. Get in the bin. I can see why you feel that way. I can. All right. You must leave the stream. Have a good night, everyone. Avalon, have a good night, my friend. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being here. Really, really do appreciate it. Have a good night. Sleep well. Chat, could I please get some sleepy quins? Could I please get some salutes, some hype emotes, any feel-good emotes that you have from any of the channels that you subscribe to, and wish our friend Corvus Avalon a very, very good night. Back to the game. Okay, so, as I said, we are playing the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind right now. So, we are currently in Norendur. We are trying to find out how to create a adverse weather event for Amalexia. The thing about Dark Souls 2 I'm not really a fan of is adaptability as a stat. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by that. You can only get good if you have a chance to practice in Dark Souls 2. Punishes you even for that. You know what? And it's different strokes for different folks, right? For me, personally, my favorite in the Dark Souls franchise is Dark Souls 1. That is going to be my favorite, my personal pick. But, you know, I can see why people have different opinions. Shit, they saw me because I had to swim in. Oh, okay. Oh God. Hi. Oh no. No. Let's take some potions right now. Try to figure this shit out. Oh lordy. Oh, oh God. What had happened to Oriel's bow? There's a glass cannon right here. Okay, I need to get out of here. Fuck! Not good, oh God. We're gonna get out of here. Get the hell out of here. Because I need to do this. That was not a bad beat, actually. Okay. Save our game. See if I can hit them from range. Oh, they're coming for me. They're swimming at me. This is a discussion that could easily be question of the day. Specifically, what do you mean, Crows? I'm always looking for good questions of the day. Like, what is your favorite Dark Souls? I don't think I ever put points in ADP. Question of the day, usually story and setting. I would argue that drawing me in with story is almost impossible because I like to experience the entire story. But Sheo, welcome in. I never did that and did just fine, got my ass whipped to the ground, but it got better as I took my time to understand, yeah. You dodging it, yes. Oh, I mean an answer to today's question of the day. Us thinking about what we like in Souls games. It's actually, yeah, that's not bad. What? That's actually, yeah, that is a pretty good question. It comes down to which waifu you want to waifu most. And Emerald Herald has a special place in my heart. This pen is dying and it makes me sad. It's such a good pen. It writes so nice. But the frame of it is shit. Oh, it's a golden saint coming for me. Oh, there's a lot of you. I'm out. Goodbye. Ooh, can I not? Huh? Oh, that golden state went down. The AI has no idea what to do with me right now. Okay, I'll be nice. Come here. Oh, that hurts. There we go. Alright, Golden Saint. Glass dagger, Nordic leather shield. Not very well kitted out. Check out Precise V5 pens. They are so damn good. I'm writing that down. I am using a Evergel liquid ink, Energel liquid ink. So this is... I like Energel, and then I also like... actually, Energel would be my favorite. Uniball is okay. I do like Uniball. And I'm currently giving this one a try, which is a Sharpie S Gel. Not a pricey pen, obviously, but I like the way it writes. It's actually quite nice. So, Precise V5 pens. I did for a time have fountain pens as well. That was like, that was a hobby of mine, was collecting nice fountain pens. But I didn't like the fact that the ink dried up so much and I had to spend like so much time just like tapping the nib. Just to get ink out of it. Oh, hi, Harpy. Oh, I've got a game for you. Heroes of Might and Magic, Dark Messiah. Oh, I know Dark Messiah. I've played it a lot. I love Dark Messiah. So good. I used to go for the Pilot G2s, but they bleed too much for me. The Precise V5 have a fine tip and never bleed or build up ink on the tip. I found a fellow pen nerd, everybody. Necro is my pen nerd brother. I've found a kindred spirit. My fave pens are Parker Uniball Biros. They're just so smooth. Interesting, I've never heard of that. So, you said Uniball, so as in the brand Uniball? I have heard of Uniball. Uniballs are very nice. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. So that is... So there's something... up here? But like, in the middle? Oh, they did a collab with... Okay, I see. I see. Ah, there it is. Or not. Maybe not. Interesting. There is something right around here, and I can't seem... The Wailing Delve. The Basilica of Divine Whispers. Ads in 5 minutes, guys. We do 3 minutes of ads every hour to avoid pre-rolls, so I appreciate your patience massively. Alright. Oh, hi. Oh, that's not good. Where are the enemies? They hurt a ton. Okay, awesome. All taken down. All is well in Munchkinland once again. It's hard to find ink, though. That is the... So, one of the reasons that I like these pens is that you essentially just take this piece and replace it. And they sell it at pretty much any retailer. These are very accessible pens. But, oh, everybody's into pens here. My god. Good for us, guys. Good for us. I suppose I could swap it out, I guess, but, I've got a fine little crack right here in the plastic. That's the one thing I'm looking for, a full metal frame pen that uses, like, these tips. That would be, like, my ideal pen, because I really like the tips on these Energels. They write beautifully, but I need a full metal frame for this. That would kind of be my goated pen. Engineer, I like good pens for annotations, yeah. I like just having a good pen. I'm a plumber by trade, and having a good pen to just, you know, sign paperwork and everything like that is important, actually. And what am I doing here? Luckily, my company, they buy some actually pretty nice pens. I'm not sure what the brand is, but they write rather nice. But prior to becoming a plumber, I was essentially a historian. I was in the academy for quite a long time. And I ended up exiting the academy because I just couldn't find jobs. Or rather, I shouldn't say that. I couldn't find a job that fit me. Going for a night drive, catch you later, books in chat. Enjoy your drive, my friend. If you're like me, that is one of your pleasures in life. I love a good midnight drive. Welcome back, Dragon. Hope you are doing well. Okay, so this is, like... This is weird. Stinky! Welcome up! Welcome up. Welcome to... What is up? Words in my head doing this. Stinky. What is up, my friend? I hope you are having a good night. I hope you are having a happy Sunday. I clearly haven't slept enough, even though I slept tons this weekend. I've slept so much, but it's been a good weekend. It's been a good Sunday. Mrs. Books is out of the house right now, so I had the house to myself. So we just hung out did a bunch of chores, walked the dogs, enjoyed some rest and relaxation, and yeah, it's been good. I've been well. And I've started a treatment for a lot of my medical issues, so I'm feeling honestly better than I have in like 3 years. So I'm kind of just soaking in how good I feel. You kind of don't realize how shitty you've been feeling until you feel better. And I'm just kind of taking my time to kind of process feeling better, and taking it slow has been the name of the game for me, I would say. Ooh, I'm a history nerd, so I'm interested to know what you studied. So what I have studied, looking for a way out. No, Almalexia was mad because I activated the device, but it didn't create an ash storm, so I'm trying to find how to make an ash storm. But, Crows, I'm not sure if you're seeing me through the ads right now, so I might wait to answer your question if you are not present in the chat. So, Dragon, there was a Daedra ruin that was more or less linked to the area that I was in. Ah, there's settings. So this whole Daedric ruin was pointless. Damn it. Alright. Nice and easy then. Cycle through the settings. Cycle through the settings. Where? Where are my settings, Dragon? One of these. Must be a control panel of some sort somewhere then. Ah, here we go. Dwemer lever. My journal has been updated. If I understand the Dwemer symbols on the Karagstad's Beharn, I believe the machine is now causing ash storms in Mournhold. I am gonna take your word for it.
I'm Booga Grabol, and I say you better buy a goddamn book. And right away,
Oh god.
damn it.
Crows, thank you so much for the subby, my friend. Got sick of the ads, did you? Stinky, welcome back from ads. Everybody, welcome back from ads. I apologize for their existence, but Twitch does have to remain as a viable platform for us content creators. So you were saying, you were talking about what kind of history I studied. So in particular, I specialized in the Norman invasion of Great Britain. That was the big era of history that I studied. Oh shit. Hello. Oh, they don't like me. Just try not to die, sorry. So, I studied widely. So for my degree, I had to study in the history of Indigenous peoples within Canada. That was a requirement for my degree. The history of Canada was also a requirement for my degree. which I guess you could understand as the era of Manifest Destiny, and studied that quite extensively. Shit! Oh, not good. Not good at all. Fuck. Okay, let's pop some potions just so I for sure don't die here. Save my game. I need to pop more potions. Shit. Jumping at the wrong time is what I'm doing. So, as I was saying, sorry, I was about to die. So I studied the history of Canada. I studied the history of Indigenous peoples in Canada, specifically. I have studied Japanese and Eastern history, so the history of China, the history of Japan, the history of South Korea. I have studied the history of Great Britain. Great Britain is the country I have studied the most extensively. So I studied all the way from kind of ancient Great Britain, kind of the Roman era, I suppose, and all the way to the modern era where I studied the politics of Great Britain up to Brexit. Like, to this day, the scars of the Norman invasion are a legacy we still... Absolutely. And those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. I believe that truly. I also believe that times change, we do not. Human beings are who they are. The technology changes. Our toys that we use change. But the nature of us remains largely the same, I would say. Of course, that is open for debate. That is a personal opinion that I myself hold. But through my studies, because I majored in history and I minored in psychology, I picked that major and minor specifically because the human condition fascinates me. What makes us tick throughout time fascinates me. And that is why I studied what I studied. So glad the game didn't randomly softlock itself. Sometimes in this dungeon when you activate the ash storms, the way you came in won't let you use it again. That almost happened, by the looks of it. My kind of thing, live in the Saxon heartland of the UK. Home of Alfred and Athelstan, yep. I also have 3 Roman villas within walking distance of my city. It's still loaded out with Roman, yep. Yeah, First Nations history, actually, First Nations history is very, very interesting. Their culture is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Okay, let's have a chat. In my wisdom, I have sent you to activate the Karstag's Bahan. Tell me you have accomplished this task for your goddess. Well done, Page. This is the effect I was looking for. Ash storms in Mournhold. My magic will prevent anyone from further tampering with this machine. You will, of course, keep silent about this. My powers are a bit drained, mortal. They are not gone. My ordinators will take care of the remains of the End Times cult and their leader. You have done well. Yes, your powers are so great that I had to create ash storms for you. For those of you who are not initiated into the ways of Morrowind, spoiler alerts, by the way, I'm well into the game, but Almalexia is a member of the Tribunal. So you have Vivek, Solthasil, and Almalexia. This is Almalexia. And they are all hubristic, delusional sociopaths, frankly speaking, and they love nothing more than to suck farts out of their own butts. They think they're that good. They think they are that amazing. But the delusion is very apparent to you in the game. And I said what I said about them. Almalexia is pleased with the ash storms created by the Karstag's Bahan. The city of Mournhold is strangled by the harsh weather. The decorative trees lining the city streets are dying, and the people are frightened. I can only hope the goddess does not allow this to go on for long. As a geologist, the Western First Nations have a record of a giant wall of water that we are only now actually recognizing. It's a record of the Krakatoa eruption of 1883. Something that I always found interesting whenever, nah, Solthacil is actually cool. We'll see. We'll see about that. I will believe it when I see it. Something that always fascinated me as well when I studied the classics and I studied history, and I will remind people as we discuss this, the rules of the chat, we do not get overtly political in this chat. These subject matters for some reason end up going down that road, so I just want to remind everyone so that that just doesn't happen. But, this next comment has to do with some religion. So that's why I felt it poignant to lead with that. I studied a lot of history and a lot of theology, and I myself am a man of faith. One thing that I find very fascinating is as I studied the classics, I discovered something that links us in a very deep way. It's very interesting, and many of the people I spoke to didn't flag this in my classes. It kind of just went over everyone's head. And that is that there is this idea within the mythologies of many religious movements that include great floods, and the First Nations of North America are included in this. We all have a flood myth. We all have a flood myth. I find that incredibly perplexing. I find that incredibly fascinating. There are no answers. There are no answers. All we know is that there is something that unifies all of the people all over the world. Every culture has a flood myth. Kind of strange. I don't know. It's kind of cool to consider, I would say. So let's make sure we're saving our game here. It's fascinating to me, every single culture. Yeah. Yep, absolutely. Now, let's... I wonder if I can talk to Almalexia again to end this.
What may I do for you, my
I am well pleased, good and faithful servant. My people look upon the elements and see there written a divine testament to my lordship. Did ever any other god display such dominion over the earth and sky? But now, with a heavy heart, I must lay a sad burden upon you. I bid you bring the peace of understanding to my missing hand. One of my most faithful guards, one of my very own hands of Almalexia, pledged to honor and protect and serve me in all ways, has lost his mind. Salus Valor has abandoned me, and now spews vile and slanderous untruths about me to any who would listen. I pity him, and know he is not responsible for his actions. To view the splendor of a god may drive even the strongest mortal mad. But now he presents a threat to us, and he is very dangerous. I fear you may not be able to spare his life. Now Salus Valor haunts the streets and sewers of Mournhold. His wild, distracted manner frightens the people, but even my ordinators are afraid to confront so terrible a weapons master and war wizard. I beg you, seek out Salus Valor, relieve us of this threat to my beloved people, and bring peace to my sacred city of Mournhold. Is it actually every culture? Say, for instance, Mongolians. Yes, absolutely, yep. It is, so, the earliest flood myth that I believe we have record of. Okay, so this is a rabbit hole, and I ask that you all just go confirm for yourselves. Don't take my word for it. Always confirm. Always go to scholarly sources and confirm. Never take the word of a single person. But, with that said, I've studied this extensively. And, for example, we have kind of the seat of civilization, right? Mesopotamia. And even they have a creation myth that includes great floods. The battle between Marduk and Tiamat includes a great flood. It's kind of crazy. There's definitely nuance to be had within this conversation, certainly, but it is every culture that we know of through study of the ancient world has a flood myth. It is absolutely bonkers. Yeah. Floods are kind of universal around the world in different versions. Most of them can occur without too many external indicators. So is it really is it surprising? Is it surprising? No. However, I find that the fact that every single culture around the same time, this is what makes it strange, right? It's around roughly the same time frame that these great myths of flooding occur. That is what kind of makes it strange. And the fact that it's great floods. It's the timing that makes it weird. It's not the event itself that makes it weird. Yeah, just as Crow says. Just as Crow says. Now, obviously, I'm not asking people to read too deeply into this. I just find it interesting. Alrighty. Almalexia sent me to deal with Salus Valor, one of her elite guards, the Hands, who has gone mad, and now presents a threat to Almalexia. She says she pities him and knows that he is not responsible for his actions, but she says he is very dangerous, and I might not be able to spare his life. So it sounds like he's in the sewers. So let's head over there. And one could say, Locker, that my fascination with the subject matter kind of, affects my judgment, perhaps. Because I find it so cool that I just romanticize it. I'll take that criticism, certainly. But, yeah, it doesn't change the fact that other scholars have kind of perplexed over this issue. He's an ordinator above... Oh, I see. Okay, no arrows from her. No arrows from you. What? Okay, we're gonna grab some bone mold arrows, silver arrows. That should be good. Happy with that. Now, I'm going to arm some magic arrows to fight this guy. see if I can get some information. Does not appear to be. Does not appear to be the case. It's a High Ordinator, nothing from him. There's a couple of fields of thought that the flood myth comes from, and it is just speculative at the moment. That comes from the three major floods: the destruction of Doggerland, what is now the North Sea, the reflooding of the Mediterranean, and the flooding of the Black Sea around the time humans were first leaving Africa. And that would make quite a bit of sense, actually, because every culture around the world has it, so you kind of have to go back to a point where everybody was kind of around the same spot in order to explain it.
Sorry, not interested.
So I found a webpage that seems to chronicle every flood myth from every single culture. It's from 2002, and it's very extensive. One thing that I would say, and you probably know this, Poutine, but I'll say it anyways. Always confirm the scholarly sourcing of information. Peer review is kind of the big gold standard, I would say, within academia. So you want to make sure that your information is coming from peer-reviewed sources. Now, does that have to be the case? Can you get good information otherwise? Absolutely you can. But if you're talking scholarly sources, that's going to be your gold standard. I haven't been to God's Reach yet, I don't think. There we go. Okay, Dragon has confirmed. And the reflooding of the Mediterranean was the largest waterfall flood of all time. Yep. Yeah, you know, it's kind of crazy to think of the cataclysms that have occurred within the world. You know, we talk about kind of what's happening now as unprecedented, like just crazy events, and I would say that, you know, they can be crazy while not being the craziest. The Earth was far more tumultuous in the past, I would say. Salus Valor.
You're her new dog.
Did you just call me a dog? You'll eat those words.
So she sent you for me. Now you are her favorite. How convenient. Whichever of us dies, she will be pleased. And both of us die. And if both of us die, so much the better. Well, I am content. Perhaps this is how it was meant to end. I ask the forgiveness of all the gods and the spirits, whoever they may be. And you, too, might make your peace with your gods, because at least one of us will not live to see another sunset.
It's the speed at which things are changing now. That's what shocked. Yeah. Not good. Restore fatigue. Fatigue. Oh! Don't want to shoot her. Do not want to shoot. Do not want to shoot insert random NPC here. Oh my god! Whoo! Oh, I'm alive. Feeling alive. You heal yourself. That's my job. That's what I do. Literally, the only reason why you survived that hit is because of Savior's hot. Okay, yeah. Well, Daedric items are on me for a reason. Woo! Slowly winning. I kind of wish he gave us an opportunity to, like, have him on our side so we could, like, prove Amalexia is a goofball. Let's see. Let's do restore health. We'll do restore fatigue a couple times. Max our fatigue. The evolution of bats? Oh yeah. You know what? This is... How many of you guys enjoy, like, Planet Earth documentaries? How many of you guys just, like, watched Shark Week documentaries and that sort of thing? Because I was absolutely obsessed. I loved those. I love those documentaries. I'm over encumbered. That is fine. I'm okay with that. No one will stop Attenborough. No one will stop an Attenborough voiceover. At least when you kill him, you can take his armor and insult half of Marwyn by walking around in those ceremonial garbs. Exactly. Oh, you might think this is cool. My village church fell into the sea about 100 years ago at low tide. I can walk through the spire and touch it. That is super cool. I also enjoyed Human Planet by John Hurt. Let's see if I can... I'm very over encumbered right now. That's not really helping. Let's see. I think what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to give him his armor back. Get it to the point where I can actually walk, which is this. gonna save my game. And then I'm trying to think of how I can do this. I think what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to recall to Vardenfell and just drop off as much weight as I can, and then just come back and pick his armor up. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Where is recall? Boom! Now, can we barter with you, good sir? I have many items to trade. Okay. And I will buy enough Sujama. That I make 10 grand. So, okay, I was gonna make 20,000. There we go. I would need to take... Slowly do the merchant shuffle. Okay. Then let's unload the Sujama. Offload that. John heard it was such a good egg. Yeah, my bat thing. We have no idea what bats are related to. Is it rabbits? Is it giraffes? Is it lions? We just don't know. Bats are just vague bats. Yeah? We don't even have a dinosaur that they're related to. We don't even know of that. That is interesting. That is actually very interesting. We know they're mammals, and that's about it. You know, I often talk not necessarily on stream, but I often talk about this, which is the depths of what we know and what we don't know are insane, right? Like, we know a lot. We know a lot about the planet, but the depths of what we don't know absolutely subvert everything that we do know. You know, the fact that most of the oceans are, as yet, uncharted, untraveled. It is, like, God only knows what's down there. God only knows what species that we have yet to discover, and what ancestors, what ancient creatures, you know, we're finding ancient species of sharks outside of Japan to this day, and it's super, super cool. You could teach me a thing about humans? Put your index finger next to your eyes. Next to my eyes? Okay, like in my periphery? There's another step to this, clearly, but putting my index finger next to my eyes. Okay. On my face, okay. Next to my eyes. Index finger next to eyes. Okay. Done. Now, step 2. And your tutor B next to my lips. Tutor B. What is that? Like, my middle finger? Thumb. There we go. I was like, tutor B? What's a tutor B? Thumb next to my lips. Gotcha. Then pinch. Okay. That grabs my cheek fat. What was that supposed to do? Or I did it wrong. Feel that bone? That is my cheekbone, yes. That is my cheekbone. Yeah. Right here. That is my cheekbone. And what does that say about humans? That is what the cheekbone is what makes a mammal a mammal. So the cheekbone is the one thing we all have in common. Is what you're saying. That is cool. That's very cool. It's what separates us from birds, cross, etc. Yeah. That's actually really interesting. I never thought about that. Like, my dogs have cheekbones. My cats. Like, we all have this under our eyes. We all have this here. Okay, so we'll go over to our chest. And then we'll make our way back. Okay, not too many cliff racers chasing me this time around. That's good. So I wonder how much weight I have to offload for this. So let's get rid of these. Keep all this. Put the silver arrows over for now. Blessed Spear can be removed. Yeah, we are. That's called synaptids. You know the other hole dinosaurs have in their skulls? We have this bone instead. So, crows. There's someone else who you have the same color name, so I always mistake you two. Are you the archaeologist? Are you the archaeologist or the geologist? Because there's someone else who has a they're a scientist as well. I think you're an archaeologist, right? Be kind of interesting for you to paleontologist, right? So what species do you generally tend to study mostly? Fortify luck. Fortify speed. Restore health, restore shock resistance. Get rid of the Telvani bug musk. Scrap metal can go. These can go. These can go. Okay, so that unencumbered us quite a bit. And then let's just get rid of these let's get rid of these probes here. So we've got so many, we've got Masters stuff now, so we don't really need it. Not that this is really, like, making that much of a difference, but let's just take as much out of the equation as we can. It does have weight, so I do need to get rid of it. Okay. I think I'm happy with that. Saving our game. Let's get back to our Mournhold. Iguanodon, a big plant eater. Yeah, I know Iguanodons. I'm now doing a geology course at remote university. So, okay, so you're going from a paleontologist to a geologist. You're kind of switching vocations. Or you're tying it into your current vocation.
We make a special trip just for you. Say low price.
Holy crap, I'm fast now.
What can I do for you?
I might have to slow myself down just so you guys don't get nauseous. Let me know if this is too much, guys. This is insane. So I'm reading into bad evolution, and I just read the Journal of Nature Letters recently published a study that shows that the genome regions responsible for echolocation are strikingly similar between bats and dolphins. That would be so weird. This speed is nothing but a rook. Yeah, that's fair. I suppose that is fair enough. Gotta up those numbers. Those are rookie numbers in this racket. Switching. I always wanted to do paleontology, but while doing that, I realized I just really fucking love volcanoes. That is fair. Right. We have slain him. Holy shit, his armor weighs a metric fuck ton. Now let's make our way over. Back to our flesh chest. We can drop everything off. I wonder if they both have some distant shared. Probably they do. Probably they do. You're basically just wearing armor that depicts Jesus. Seems legit. We also don't know where cats came from, another weird origin. I know where my dogs come from. They come from love. Just pure, unadulterated love. They are my bestest doggies, my bestest friends. I honestly don't know what I'd do without my dogs. I don't know if you guys have pets. I don't know if anyone else in the chat currently has any pets, but I absolutely love my dogs. I know where cats come from, the dumpster and an abandoned horse farm. Almost there. Almost there. We've actually made very good progress on the quest line today. I knew we wouldn't beat it today, but I wasn't certain we would make quite so much progress. I'm quite pleased. I think I need to take some time to flesh out the map a little bit more as well. Dogs and wolves, we have a very extensive fossil record. But cats, it's just like a few million years of nothing and then cats. Well, and that kind of goes to where, kind of my previous statement, right? We know a lot, but we do not know everything. The information is there. The fossil record just hasn't shown us the information yet. And that is where, you know, a lot of people kind of get... They kind of treat it like an aha moment, where it's like, aha, so you don't have the... It's like, yes, we don't have the information. And? Like, it's okay not to have the information. It's out there, we just haven't found it yet. And empirically speaking, it might not be possible to find it. It might just be lost to time. That is an aspect of reality. We might never find it. We might never know. But it does exist. Cats do exist. They do have an ancestor. We just don't know what it is. Dragon loves his cats. Absolutely adores them. Oh, and there's my doggies. Let's get out of here.
We make a special trip just for you.
Please, Vivek. Just take from my coin purse of 46,000 gold. Yeah, so, okay, so this is... Earlier in the stream, we were kind of talking about the look of the Imperials. This is very Roman. This is very Roman. The helmet especially, but even the cuirass with the two stallions. This is a style of garb that we would often see. And the shield, of course, is pure Roman.
How can I help you?
Off to Mournhold. Goodbye. Temple courtyard, yes.
From what I... Many blessings upon you, my servant.
Okay, we are good to go. We got his robes. You have eliminated the threat of my poor, mad, missing hand, and brought peace to Mournhold. Salus Valor is dead. Pain is almost more than I can bear. But you have served me faithfully, and it is in my mind to grant you a divine blessing. Would you like skin as tough as iron? Would you like my protection against paralyzing terror? Or would you like to always bask in the warm comfort of my reflected glory? Quick, now, choose. You must not keep your deity waiting. So we have the option of protection against paralysis, warm reflected glory, I don't even know what that means, or skin like iron. Or, nothing for me right now, but, thanks.
of the moon and star, come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come Nerevar, come and look upon the heart, upon the heart. Oh, lay down your weapon, it is not too late.
Raiders, welcome in.
Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart.
Fallout New Vegas, excellent choice. Excellent choice. Yeah, the dog was barking, so I called her to me, and I'm asking what the genesis
what
is.
a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god.
Raiders, welcome to the game library where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin, and I'm so glad that you are here today. In this channel, we are a variety streamer. We focus on story-driven games that are obscured from the mainstream conversation around gaming. And the voice is me. I do a little bit of voice acting in games that generally have little to no voice acting to make them a little bit more interesting for the modern consumer. Fallout New Vegas, Ogre. What brought that on? You beat Kenshin, you beat Baldur's Gate. And how are you liking it? Is this your first playthrough? Is this not your first foray into an Obsidian game? Are you enjoying it? You should be enjoying it. It is an excellent game. But Raiders, today we are playing the Elder Scrolls III Morrowind. If you have to raid and run, that is completely fine. Obviously, you come first.
What are you barking? What? Hearing some noises? Hey? All sorts of noises? Here. Go upstairs and see.
Go on. Shoo. Fallout 3 is among my favorite games, so I finally started playing. Oh, so it's your first foray into the world. Well, excellent. I just like Fallout 3 so much that I never got Fallout. So what is it about Fallout 3 that you enjoy so much? Because for me, obviously I'm a fan of Bethesda games, for better or worse. And yeah, it's kind of a situation for me where I'm not entirely sure what it is about Bethesda games that I love. I just know that I love them. And Fallout New Vegas is an Obsidian game, and it is, I don't know if it's like it captures the tone of Bethesda, or if it's just like they just made a really, really good RPG that just happened to be in the engine of Fallout 3. Like, I'm not really sure. So yeah, it's interesting for me. But you actually raided close to the end of the stream. We're just deciding on what our reward for killing Salus Valor in Morrowind is. So we're gonna hop back into the game quickly. We're going to pick our reward. We're gonna finish that out, and then I'm gonna be ending the stream for the night. So, back to the game. I have a big itch on my nose. Probably dog hair. Iron Skin is statistically the best of the three. I was gonna go with Iron Skin. Obsidian games are my favorite. I would have said that had Avowed not been released. My problem with Avowed fundamentally is not that it's a bad game. It's that it called itself a kind of Bethesda competitor, and it's not. It's not even close. It's a decent RPG. It's kind of like and I don't know. I've actually played it now. I haven't had a bad time with it. It's just like, kind of, I don't know. I bless you with my gift and mark you as my own. Be ever faithful in your service, and you may expect more generous rewards. Alright, we are now iron-skinned. And with that, I'm sorry, Raiders, but it has been nearly 6 hours, and ads are knocking on my door. So I need to snooze ads so that I can say a quick thank you to, like, this stream has honestly been immense. You guys, the support has been insane. Thank you to Successfully Lost, Harold the Hatter. I actually gotta scroll through. There were so many raids today. Successfully Lost, Harold the Hatter, StarMark33, and Rainlight. Thank you guys, and of course Ogre Trials Unlimited, you have just raided in. Thank you guys so much for the raid. This stream is becoming a very community-based place, and I'm loving that. I really enjoy the fact that we all kind of know each other, and we're sharing raids. Harold did raid. Yes. You know, all the different Morrowind streamers, you know, we raided Liz by the Sword the other day. She's been playing a lot of Morrowind. She's actually playing Avowed right now. But we're all kind of like forming this kind of community, like larger community that we're all kind of raiding into. And it, honestly, I love it. It's awesome. And your support to me has been incredible. So with that said, if you guys are looking to support me in any other capacity, actually, I miss the S. All of my socials are now included on my Beacons AI link, which is not coming through, which it should be. StreamerBot, why do you hate me? Let's just check out why that is happening. Quickly. Yeah, that should be working. One moment. Onlybooks.com. AI at its worst. Yeah, exactly. And we are fully synergized. Okay, so there is my Beacons AI link. I gotta start just booting up StreamerBot every single time prior to the stream. So if you would like any of the socials down here, any of the support pages up over there, where I am selling merch and everything else, I'm trying to go full-time as a content creator and a voice actor. This requires community support. I don't like asking for support. I still feel very strange about the exercise of doing so, but it is the only way that I am going to get where I need to go. So if you guys have it within your capabilities, I would ask that you please follow and subscribe. They are free. And that if you haven't already, please support me on the other socials. And obviously, if you like some cool merch, like so, you can purchase it on Fourth Wall or give me a direct donation on Coffee or anything like that. But with that, my friends on YouTube, this is the end of the stream for us, as I will be taking our friends on Twitch and we will be raiding out. So I thank you for everything, all your support. And again, subscribe if you haven't already. It helps the channel out a ton. We're trying to get monetized on YouTube, and we will be posting long-form videos there very soon. I'm working very hard on it. It's just, I've got a full-time job on top of all of this, so it's not the easiest thing in the world to do. But with that said, let's go find somebody to raid on Twitch World. Let's see who of our buddies is online that we have not raided in some time. Oh, gotta snooze the ads again. Let's see. Everybody's raided me. They're all offline now. Damn it. I'm back, had to make food, all good, we're just wrapping up for today. Let's see who's streaming some Morrowind, let's see if we can make some new friends. Nobody by the looks of it. You're looking for a target? I have a Canadian friend playing Dead by Daylight? DBD? Dead by Daylight? Yeah, I've kind of got no one right now, so yeah. Ooh, you know what? Dizzy is making some art right now. So Designs is my artist. He's the one who created a lot of recent merch designs for me. So you do like Dead by Daylight. Who's your Canadian friend playing Dead by Daylight, Necro? Who's out there in the ether? Okay, sounds good. If Necro likes him, I like him. Alright, we are starting the raid. It looks like he is going to be taking an ad break soon, but... Okay. Okay, so... Ads, I'm running out of snoozes, so we do have to hurry up. If you are not subscribed, there's your raid message, and if you are subscribed, there is your raid message. And with that, my friends, it has been the pleasure of a lifetime getting to stream to y'all again tonight. I can't wait to see you tomorrow for some more Elder Scrolls number 2, Daggerfall, but for now, I ask that you be well, and I will see you on the next one.